Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Mashat?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett is not in. You have 4 members present.
We have 4 members present. We'll wait to establish quorum. Okay, Liddell's in now.
It's muggy. It is muggy. Like a mug.
Hello. How are you? Fine. Madam Clerk, could we please establish quorum?
One moment. Mr. Alamin is not in. Dr. Lewis?
Present.
Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Mashat?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Present.
Mr. Jarrett is not in. You have 6 members present.
We have 6 members present. The OMA details the statutory requirements for individuals wishing to speak before a public body. A public body must allow a person to address a meeting of a public body under rules established and recorded by the public body. Rule 29.8 of the Flint City Council Rules: any person at a council meeting may be called to order by the president or any council member for failure to be germane, for vulgarity, or for speaking in excess of the allotted time, or any other violation of these rules. Rule 29.9, any person who is called to order shall yield the floor until the chair shall have determined whether he or she is in order. If a person is determined to be out of order, that person must yield the floor and forfeit any remaining time. The reading of disorderly persons city code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code Section 3110, disorderly conduct, assault and battery, and disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given 1 warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators will be removed from the meetings. Are there any agenda changes or additions? Yes, Ms.
Madam Clerk.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Actually, I do have one add-on, but I need to print it. I just,
There's an add-on?
yes, so
Do we have it?
I'm going to print copies now. Sorry. I'll tell you what it is, though, just one moment. It is a resolution authorizing funding for demolition and people services for the Atherton East Choice Neighborhood Project. And it is to increase the contract in the amount of $356,435.92 for a revised total contract amount of $5,349,000.
And we'll be getting-
$349,831. I'm going to print the copies now.
Okay, thank you. Without objection, I'll order that at the end of the agenda. It is now time for, I also want to remind people that according to our council rules, all cell phones should be on silent. Thank you. It's now time for public comment. Who is our first public speaker, Madam Clerk?
First speaker is R.L. Mitchell.
Hello. I'm R.L. Mitchell. I live in Ward, the 3rd Ward, over there by the graveyard, 759 East Linden Avenue. For the record, a state about this situation at the MTA with that high-style situation they got every morning. First of all, welcome back from a vacation, everybody, because school was starting early in August, every time, but the ones who didn't get drowned at Snake River, wherever they're in Texas, and kids getting drowned, but the mother and father got saved and stuff, and you wonder why God killed the kids. But that's for another reason for you people to figure it out. But I want to say the MTA got to be dealt with right away, because they be checking people with grocery bags. They call it they said, don't get on my bus with that S word. Otherwise, that doo-doo. The boy he about 35 years old, and he had 8 grocery bags at Kroger's on North Saginaw Street. And she was looking at me like, and the boy didn't get on the bus with the groceries. He had groceries. A big black guy, just got in the high rise, and I went to 2 counties, Beecher and Mount Morris, and when he got you to stop, what you gonna do, sir? What you gonna pay? I already paid once, and I had to go pay it twice, and then the same thing happened this morning. It's a little dude about 23 years old, had a big TV in the robot talking about, what's in the box, sir? And the boy didn't know. And then they stopped at McDonald's on Clyde Road, about 8 of them. The one who got mistreated by the MTA sit up there, what they gonna, and you better be dealing with them people real quick, because they look like they just come from the Middle East. They look black, but they talking all kind of mumble jumble stuff, what they gonna do to people treat them like that. But anyway, I see the first ward ain't here in the third, and matter of fact, when I went to McDonald's, they said, hey, Mitchell, you all right? I said, I don't know yet. He said, who won? I said, and the dude got upset and ran out the door. He said, who won the council seat, 3rd Ward? And he got so mad because when I come here last night, I was escorted in here. They said, use some special code. Don't be answering the people. Matter of fact, talking about the city clerk signed my name and now you people look like nothing ain't never happened. And Tarzan looking over there looking like Donald Trump. You mess with him, you're gonna get dealt with. And Trump ain't no joke. Like Churchill and all that junk. And stay tuned, America. And we're gonna see what will happen tonight.
Next public speaker.
The next speaker is Deborah Coleman.
My name is Deborah Coleman. I have lived on the north side all my 58 years. I live in the 1st Ward. I was downtown this past weekend staying at the Hilton for the 40th all-citywide class reunion with my best friend from Tennessee and several others. I was involved in a serious, disturbing, traumatizing experience with 2 evil, rogue, unprofessional, aggressive, violent demon cops. In a nutshell, it was gross police conduct. I am speaking my piece because this has to stop with these 2 officers. I am traumatized. I'm nervous. I'm not scared, but I'm scared of what they are allowed to do to people with the city officials on their side. What they did to us was unlawful abuse of power. They falsified information. They are terrorizers, and it's scary. And now that I put that video out, it makes me more nervous that if they ever see me on the streets, they will harass me. They need to be held accountable for their actions. They are abusing their power. We were not a threat. They need to be investigated and fired and not be able to be a police anywhere because they are dangerous, they're ready to pop off, and they're ready to kill someone. They're gonna cost the city of Flint police a lot of money. Flint City needs to start doing deep evaluation on their cops instead of hiring who they know that's gonna go out there and just do bad things, because I just feel like they didn't look off into that Terry Van Buren dude. He got a lot of stuff going on with him in the past. So I don't know if they looked at his record or not before they hired him. And Police Chief Green, Mayor Stanley, they got the authority to stand up to the two demons, but they can continue to support them, and as long as they continue to support them, they're gonna keep coming out there terrorizing us melanin people. And I hope they do what is right. Right is right, wrong is wrong, no matter your status. And I don't be knowing what y'all be doing up on here in this council, but y'all don't need to send them no more money. Y'all need to send them money to get the correct type of police that's gonna take care of us, not terrorize us. You only use force on people that need force to be used on them. Them some upstanding citizens right there. They jumped out and took that young man to jail for nothing. And I know y'all seen that video, and everybody needs to quit asking what happened before. Nothing happened before. They just jumped out and did what they wanted to do because they could, and nobody's standing.
The next speaker is Marcia Talbert.
Hey, Council. My name is Marcia A. Talbert. I am a former resident of Altadena, California. I now live in Temple City, California, but I have been following Flint politics for the last 4 to 5 years, about 5 years. I am triggered by what is going on in the city of Flint, and I came here because I support Beverly Biggs Levy and her campaign to fill the 3rd Ward Council seat, because no one is more deserving of that seat than her. I walked, I knocked doors, I did what I could to support Ms. Bev, and I still support her to this day. We are in the process of challenging, and there's more to come on that. What I see as a problem, that there are so many people in the city of Flint who have the same handwriting. When I tell you that there were tens of ballots that the signatures looked exactly the same, you all watch the count. Watch the count. Keep track of how many ballots they said were write-ins versus how many were duplicates or the same person. And that needs to happen quickly, okay? I could have never imagined that I would come to a city as large as Flint, Michigan is. I parallel this because I was raised in a steel town in Pennsylvania. I know what it's like to have one employer that employs 70% of the people and everything goes down when the place shuts down or moves or what have you. But to have someone come in and try to take over a ward that is, or represent a ward, I should say, that is in dire need of resources and assistance and just overall help. The 3rd Ward doesn't even know. The people I spoke to, they don't even know what's going on in the city. They had questions about the ARPA money, which, hey, we'll never know how much is really left, right? Since we haven't looked at it since September. They have questions about the water settlement funds. They have questions about someone pulling a gun out in the chambers, but they didn't know that prior to the gun being brought out that there was a whole riot brought on by Lydell. So that part needs to be addressed. I know that one thing that I can say for certain is that no one who comes in third and loses by 3 points can win by 97 as a write-in. Absolutely no way. Watch the vote.
The next speaker is Stanley Wood.
Wow, how do you follow that up? So I'm gonna change my things around a little bit because I got 3 times to speak tonight. February 4th, 2022. Who remembers that date? That was a really important date here in the city of Flint. That's when the integrity of the Flint City Police Department went to hell. That was when Colin Burney died in a car accident. There is no integrity anymore. In my humble opinion, I think Chief Green's a waste of human sperm. That's just my opinion, okay? This guy has let the same officers get away with stuff over and over and over. Later, I'm gonna cover a little bit on corruption. I know a lot of you think that corruption is about money. It isn't just about money, it's other things, but we'll cover that probably in the next speaking section. I finally made it through the book, the charter. I've come up with 22 charter violations since 2021. 22 of them. Out of those 22, 9 of them are multiple violations of 3 or more. Okay? Of course, nothing gets done because we don't have an E&A board that'll meet regularly and hold the council feet to the fire. I don't want to speak too much on the police brutality because I'm sure there's going to be plenty of other people speaking on this, but I ain't never heard of assault and battery with barbecue tongs. And then I ain't never heard the police go back and get the weapon. How do they know which set of tongs it was? They just, oh, there's a bucket of them, let's take this one. That looks like the one he assaulted us with. That kid could have whooped their ass. That kid is a hell of a boxer. He could have whooped them. But what'd he do? Put his hands up. Why? I'm gonna tell you, because he's black. He knows what's gonna happen. He had to put his hands up in the air. And then look how they treated him. And then Officer Wells comes out with a fire extinguisher size mace spray, sprays the people, sprays the food, so that way the guy can't sell the rest of his food. I think I'm gonna stop right now. I'm pretty pissed right now, and I don't want to get kicked out.
Next public speaker.
The next speaker is Leon Lawson II.
Hello, Council. So I'm coming here today as a...
Please speak closer to the mic. There's so much noise, it's hard to hear. Thank you.
I'm coming here today as a, first off, as a concerned father. I'm an active father to all my children. Managed to keep my son out of trouble all these years, always active. You know, what happened to us this weekend, downtown Flint, was something I could never think of, never imagine. We were assaulted, as you've seen, you know, I'm sure all of you seen, or, you know, the video that's going around. But the way that we were treated downtown, the officers that were involved are dangerous to the public, period, you know. They're dangerous to the public. So with that being said, what's going to be done? You know, we got to stand on this. We can't let this go under the rug. We can't let this fly. They try to put a felony on my son. I've managed to keep him out of trouble all these years, and I plan on keep doing so. You know, They tried to put a felony on him, saying that he has tried to assault him with a weapon that was in a bucket, you know, well after they placed him in handcuffs and put in the car, you know. Said that he tried to burn him with a pair of tongs. I watched the officer come up and grab it out of the bucket near the grill. You know, this is a family business. You know, we in the business of putting smiles on faces. You know, it was a great time. They came out there and escalated that situation, not de-escalated. We had permission to finish serving the customers that was there from the officers that did this assault. You know, Terry Van Kuren is his name. That's one of them. And the other one is, which officer? That is Officer Boswick. So Terry Van Kuren and Officer Boswick is dangerous to this city and to this public. You know, and for you to lie and try to put charges on my son, what have you done in your past? What kind of charges you don't put, false charges you don't put on other black youth in this community? You know, that just reminds me of a guy that'll put dope on a guy and have him fighting for his life. And if we didn't have the connections that we have in this city and the people we could call, you know, we would have been in serious trouble. Or the video that surfaced. We might still be fighting for our life if the video didn't surface. Thanks to Deborah. We really appreciate you, Deborah, for standing on business. You know, in this situation, I found out who was with us and who wasn't. You know, people smile in your face, they act like they with you, but they really ain't. I found that out. Thank you.
The next speaker is Sherry McFadden.
Hello, I'm Sherry Smith McFadden, and I would just want to make sure that everybody knew about our picnic. Oak Park Brothers and Sisters is having their annual picnic August the 16th from 12 to 7. And also, one more thing I wanted to speak on is I can't get a hold of Mr. Alameen, and I've been trying to work with him about getting his house boarded up next door to me. It's on the corner of Kniff and Miami Lane. They already set it on fire once, and me and my husband had to run out the house in the middle of the night. And my cars and everything. I just want to see, can y'all at least get out there and board it up? The address is 4816 Miami. I would really appreciate that. We have a park at that corner, and I keep telling them that the kids, ain't no doors on the house. I done brought this up several times. Kids going in and out of there playing. It's all type of debris they dumping over there. I would just like for somebody at least come out and board it up. 4816 Miami Lane. Thank you.
The next speaker is John McFadden.
Good evening, Council. I would like to thank you guys for your renovation and the saving of Oak Park.
Can I, hold his time. We cannot hear. Thank you, go ahead.
I would like to thank you for the saving of the space there at Oak Park right there that you guys blessed us with right there. I want to give a special thanks out to Ms. Tanya and all your help and support and making that right there happen. But on a more serious note, I would like to speak to you guys about accountability and leadership. Seemed like to me, Flint been going down the last 50 years, ever since General Motors started going out. And it's about the leadership that we've been having down here that's leading this city. I don't know if you guys know it or not. Flint used to be one of the richest cities in the nation. Everybody wanted to come to Flint. Now look at us. Bad leadership got us right here where we're at right here today. And we need a change. All this arguing, bickering with one another need to stop. We need to come together and do the good for the people, not just ourselves. You know, we got a lot of y'all that won't even look at us when we're sitting here trying to talk to y'all about the serious things that we have going on in this city. And y'all don't even want to listen. It seems like it's easy for the police to go jump on somebody that's trying to do something easy. Just look at the last few incidents, that peaceful demonstration they showed out on us. And then when you call them for assistance, numerous times, won't show. They'll come and take a report because somebody of them got shot, killed, injured. That type of stuff needs to stop immediately. I don't know what Chief Green needs to up and have a better department, or if we need a new chief. I don't know. But we need a change. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Lorraine Thompson, I'm assuming, or Thompson.
Hello, my name is Lorraine Thompson. I guess where I want to start, I got so many things to say. So many things to say. Why is everybody around in this city moving so punitively? Why are you punishing us? You know, and when I hear Flint strong and we're so resilient, what I hear is that we done dog walked you and you still here. That's crazy. So punitive. I don't know what you're trying to make us do. That's Farrakhan. What are you trying to make us do? But what I know is people that are so punitive, they have no people skills. They don't know how to function within and take care of the people. It's a shame and a disgrace when you over the people, when they voted you into a position, when you've been placed in a position and you just dog walk the people all day long. That is crazy. But let me go with my family. How dare you put me in a position where I have to watch my brother. See, he can't even protect his son. Can't protect his son? What? And they sitting in here with us now. How dare you? How dare you? Trying to put, how much time I got? And because people, oh, he got it all today. Because people know, because we know people.
Please be respectful.
Because we know people, and because our family is known, I'm scared to know how many people who don't have nobody to talk for them, who can't get a Manly or whoever they need to get them out of position. How dare y'all, what may say the least of these. Y'all don't take care of the least of these. Y'all don't want to work with us. Y'all don't want that. Oh, let me say this before my time is up. Look, if they're not giving you the information you need, if you don't get stuff on time to be able to, don't vote on it. Nothing moves until the things are worked in the way it should be. I really wanted to say that. How can you make a decision on something when you don't have the information?
The next speaker is Keelani Copany.
My name is Keelani Copney, and I just turned 13 years old. Normally, I would be going over the basic kindergarten rules, but today I'm going to quote something Tupac said, something that is still relevant today, especially in Flint. Thug life, THUGLIFE. The hate you give little infants fucks everybody. When kids grow up in broken systems with unsafe water, nonstop violence, poverty, failing leadership, and feeling ignored, it doesn't just hurt us, it comes back to hurt everyone around us, you included, because what we put into the lives of young people shapes who we become. If we grow up feeling like no one cares, like our lives don't matter to you, don't be surprised when we grow up to be menaces to society. Flint youth has been through hell. We've had to fight for clean water, safe neighborhoods, good schools, the chance to just be kids, and the opportunity to be able to grow up. That's not fair to us. We are not the problem. What is happening in this community is just the consequences of what happens when you fail to nurture the kids. It takes a village to raise a child, and it's time everyone in leadership steps up to be the village, and not just for the 100 or so youth that got jobs through the summer jobs programs, not just the youth that smiles for photos and pretends like everything is sunshine and rainbows in Flint, but be a village for all the kids here. So I'm asking you, please listen to us, see us, fight for us. We want to grow up to be Flint strong, not just because we survived on our own, but because we were supported by a village that had our back.
The next speaker is Mari Copney.
The youth have spoken and we are listening. Posted by Liddell Lewis on Facebook last week. I guess council members 1st, 2nd, 4th, and 7th have very selective hearing. You can't say you're listening to the youth, but then sit up there week after week, rolling your eyes, looking down at your phone, and ignoring the youth that are right here in these chambers. Listening to the youth means listening to all youth voices that come to the table, not just the ones who recite exactly what you want to hear and follow your agenda. You also need to listen to youth like me that bring real issues directly to you. Every single meeting, I share experience of living right here in Flint, and every single meeting it feels like it falls on deaf ears. Not once have you responded to a single thing I have said, minus the person from the 4th ward that used the time she could have responded to my issues, but instead she chose to scold me for calling her by her name. Judy. Hey, Judy. Thanks to Councilman Piper for bringing it to my attention that Flint is now the #1 leading state in homicide rate per capita as of 2024. But it doesn't take that statistic to know that crime is out of control in the city. Police response time is horrible when you call 911. It almost took an entire week for the mayor to put on a press conference to address the wave of violence. Last week, a 14-year-old child was murdered. We need more proactive policing, including responding to calls faster, community policing, and increasing patrols in areas that are known for trouble. We don't need to see another video of the chief's special team harassing and macing citizens on the street downtown Flint. Adding yet another incident of misbehavior by the police. Can you guys get your things together? And no offense, but stop acting like you are at the short bus. Thank you.
The next speaker is Shantae Murchison.
Good evening, Flint residents, our council. We're back here again for another council meeting. Before I get to what I really want to say, I really want to address Liddell tonight. I'd appreciate it if you look at me, but it's okay if you don't, because I know that you hear me. One of the last meetings that you did, I think before you all went into your break, you caught my attention with something you said, and I wasn't here, but I watched it, and I didn't appreciate it, because you're the main person always speaking on being respectful. You always talking about not bullying people. You always talking about other council members respecting each other. But it was one day where Pfeiffer, Burns, and JWC weren't here. And you came for Mr. Jarrett, who was the only one here who had some backbone to come and to vote down whatever it was that you all were trying to pass. I appreciate for the few little seconds I had your attention. You went on to tell him, as you disrespected him multiple times, while trying to put pressure on him to vote under your breath that what he said didn't matter anyway, after you wanted him to vote for something that would help benefit whatever you wanted to do. That's not okay. That's not cool at all. But you telling these kids and everybody else to respect you, but you can't give the respect to the people you work with. Help that make sense? It makes none at all. You wrong for that. And maybe many people ain't told you how disrespectful you are, but I'm here to tell you, I ain't got nothing to hide from you. You wrong. I want to give Jared his flowers for standing up, for sticking by what he was going to do, voting how he was going to vote, and you not bullying him and then going to social media to try to humiliate him. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. We need more council members with backbone like Jared Pfeiffer, Burns, and JWC, who actually going to stand up and be here and do something for the people. And why has Leon not yet resigned? I don't understand. Why is the same officer who was here when Shalita and Josh got arrested back here in the back now? He is a repetitive abuser. He has done this multiple times. He shouldn't be here no more. He just pepper sprayed a bunch of people in the face at the Northern tailgate party. That's not okay. And he back up in here to harass some more people? So are y'all really trying to hear the people, or is the idea to make us scared?
RL.
Because I don't understand it. It's wrong. It's not okay. The disrespect is wrong. That's not okay. And Leon needs to resign because abuse on any person is not okay. He ain't got no business ever putting his hands on a female. And sitting on this council seat, he need to go.
The next speaker is Tanya Jones.
Good evening, I'm Tanya Jones, and welcome back, everyone. I'm here because obviously don't nobody know why I'm here, mainly Ms. Liddell. Obviously you quoted and you posted on your Facebook page, Tanya Jones of Flint Township. I'm Tanya Jones, DeMichael Edwards' mother that's suffering with the opiate crisis. That's who I am. I'm Tanya Jones that your write-in walked in on the bathroom on me and assaulted me. That I have a court date on August 25th, 2025, the same time I have a court date because of John Cole concerning my son. At the same time, I have one court date at 8:30 and I have another one at 9, and I'm gonna be there. Because at the end of the day, it's not about politics, it's not about religion, it's about God. And obviously y'all quote God and all these scriptures and prayers before you do it. You can't believe in God. And the thing is, I'm not going nowhere. I love Flint. No matter, can't nobody become mayor or nothing to leave away from Flint. Flint is everything. We are Flint. The people is Flint strong. You guys don't make Flint. And it's bad that y'all don't listen. Y'all do not listen. It's a cry out. You tore down a house. A house. It's a code on, it's a process of tearing down a house. And guess what? You didn't follow it. The house behind is 1655 Ohio still needed to be taken care of, Judy. That's your ward. You don't address it, I'm gonna address it. So I'm watching everything. I'm not going nowhere. I don't care what you do. I don't know where my son, I have a missing person report right now on my son. But guess what? My son was a vessel. He got me out here, not just for him, for other kids that's going through what he's going through. The opiate crisis is real. It's real. And it's not going nowhere. Y'all want to take money, give it to Leon. Y'all want to put it, take all the other ARP, all this money, y'all, that's your main concern is the money. It's not the people. And it is sad. I don't know nothing about this politics, but I'm going to learn. And it's sad because y'all don't care. Y'all mace the whole group of people. Y'all do the stuff to the people in the council. Like y'all just above the law, like it's purge. I call it purge. I call it Flint purge. I call Neely's circus. And I post it all the time. And I seen everything you post. Just like you watch me, I'm watching you. But guess what? God watching all of us, and he got the last word. Be blessed.
The next speaker is Doug Matthews.
Hello, everyone. My name is Doug Matthews. I'm a veteran and a good government advocate from the 7th Ward. Today, I proclaim good news. LaShawn Johnson ran a focused, grounded, community-driven campaign, and last night, the voters of the 3rd Ward gave her a decisive write-in victory. That doesn't happen by accident. It happens because people are paying attention. And what they saw in LaShawn was someone who listens, follows through, and gets the work done. Let's be clear. This wasn't just a win, it was a rout. A candidate the snakebite crowd dismissed, a working-class woman with no big donors and no outside agitators, overcame every obstacle they put in front of her and came out on top. You don't just beat your opponent like that, you bury them. And let's remember who lined up against her.
Excuse me. Stop
Tanya
this time.
Burns, self-styled kingmaker
Stop.
of the 6th
Doug,
Ward.
Doug, Mr. Matthews. Whoever is playing that, turn it down. Turn it off. Be respectful to everyone inside this room. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Matthews.
Self-styled kingmaker from the 6th Ward has now backed 3 losing candidates in a row. Jan Marie Arbor, QAnon Carol McIntosh, and now Beverly Biggs Leasy. That's not strategy, that's a losing streak. While they were prematurely popping campaign corks in their YouTube echo chambers, convinced that Biggs Leasy would waltz onto council and help the Snakebite Four burn the rules, as Pfeiffer so elegantly put it, the voters of the 3rd Ward had other ideas. They chose civility over chaos, progress over obstruction, truth over smear. And now, instead of offering a simple congratulations, some of LaShawn's 810 News media opponents are spinning wild conspiracy, attacking voters, and insulting the process. That's not oversight. It's sour grapes. In a democracy, when you lose, you concede. You don't smear the public for daring to choose someone better. LaShawn didn't just defeat a rival, she defeated a worldview. The idea that rage is leadership, that bullying is power, and that lies shouted loud enough become the truth. So tonight I say to the voters of the 3rd Ward, thank you. You chose well, you sent a message, and you gave this city a real chance to continue the progress which we are already about. We're proud of you. Now do the job.
The next speaker is Rich Jones.
How y'all doing today? First of all, I want to say that before Eric Mays passed, he had 800 or more request forms for them Harper funds, and I'm quite sure at least 600 of them was for roof repairs. So y'all 72 is a long way short from achieving that goal and doing something for the residents of Flint. Now, one thing about that incident that happened on Saturday that really got me disturbing is the fact that the officer did not have on any body cam. And it's supposed to be an ordinance, a law, or something that everybody that walk these streets, as far as patrolling us, should have on a body cam. And an officer that displays that kind of behavior definitely needs to have a body cam on. Thank God that there was civilians there that pulled their phone out and recorded it, because it could have been their word against his word. And you already see what his word is. Now, as far as y'all can correct me on y'all time if y'all want to, but my understanding was this incident took place around 2 o'clock in the morning.
Please
All
count
of
that
that police attention needed to be up on North Saginaw. You know, by Avenue Way at that gas station where people keep getting killed at. We really need to concentrate on cooling these hot spots down in the city of Flint. And it is what it is. They did what they did. It's out there. There's the receipts, it's clear. Please do what you can by calling a town hall, a special meeting, because this kind of behavior between the citizen and our police force cannot increase. It got to decrease now. And y'all got the power and y'all can do it. So thank you.
The next speaker is Arthur Woodson.
What's up? Hey, let me start off by congratulating Clerk Davina Donahue. Job well done. Flint was the first to send the numbers in for the first time in I don't know how long. Let me say this. I'm not putting my hands up in the air if I haven't done anything and the police officers push up to me. I'm not driving 10-2 while sitting in the car if the police pull me over. Y'all know I don't give a damn about what I say, and I'm gonna say it here. Police officers, they originated during slavery, slave patrol. Every time I see one misuse and abuse their authority, I feel like they think that I'm a slave. I'm gonna beat their ass. That's what I'm gonna do. I am not my ancestors. I keep telling people this shit, man. I am not my ancestors. Liddell, Judy, Candace, Leon, y'all sit here every city council meeting with those same officers that was down there Saturday. Now it just spilled out on the street from y'all lawlessness. You weaponized them motherfuckers. You did. You did. And you did, Candace. Y'all never told them. Y'all allowed them to come up in here. Still will. I still want my lick back. When I see him, I'm letting you know. I don't care what you think it is, a threat or whatever. I get triggered when I see this shit. I have PTSD. I'm a disabled veteran. And this is one of the things that triggers me. I don't have any problems with police officers, but what I do have issues with is abusive police officers that take advantage of a badge. What they were punks in high school. They got bullied, they got their ass whooped, and what happened, they got a badge and a gun, and now they run as a gang, and they think they somebody, but they ain't shit. I'm letting you know right now, God is my witness. I'm not putting my hands up. I'm not going 10-2. I'm not doing any of that. If you pull me over for a reason, I will oblige you. But if you doing what you did Saturday night, when did 2 o'clock become a curfew for adults to have to get off the street? When was an ordinance passed for them to have to stop cooking? They don't have to get off the damn street. What it is the white people downtown who call the black people hooligans. And they don't want black people downtown. And you can kiss my ass because I'm coming every day.
The next speaker is Audrey Muhammad.
Audrey Muhammad, Second Ward. First of all, I would like to start out by saying to the McFaddens, That house is still located in the 2nd Ward until the new election come up for the 1st Ward. So you should be talking to both 1st Ward and 2nd Ward because it's located on Kniff. I know the boundaries, still 2nd Ward, so make sure you talk to both 1st and 2nd Ward about what's going on over there. You know, we talk about the police brutality. I remember a young man by the name of William Taylor. They got killed back about 40-some years ago. He was 15 years old. They accused him of an attempt of breaking into an apartment. I remember he was 15, because I remember I was about 15 at the time. So it happened about 1980, 81, 82. Happened over there in that Selby Hood area, I believe it was. Look them up. I just looked them up and showed it to them back there. But I remember that incident. So this that's happening right now on our youth ain't new. I remember in 2001, my sister and I was attacked at a park by Flint City Police, where the police officer looked at her and told her, "You think you Billy Badass," and told her she was gonna whoop my sister. So she jumped my sister, but in turn, she got beat. And the only way that they got away with it was that the officer that was with her, who was arresting me, and ended up spraying mace in several people's faces. And then they went to court and lied, but then told the truth and said, well, I thought she was about to attack us. So my sister got charged with a misdemeanor because they knew she wasn't right. Thank God for Judge Crawford, who knew it was BS from the police department, which she should have got 30 days in jail, but she was only asked to serve 3 days because the jury says she was guilty. So thank God, but they broke her arm in the process. Look it up, 2001, June. Audrey Young, Catherine Edwards. Look us up. Yeah, so you all, and I still know the officers, and one of them right now is serving as a detective over in the police department. He see me and he just look at me and watch me when I walk by, because he ain't forgot my face. And the nigga know what he did wrong. Yup, I called him that, because that's what he is. And that's what y'all expect a lot on the police department, because you want people who come in our neighborhoods and attack us. We tired of it. That should have never happened to that young man the other day. And the police officer should never even be sitting even behind a desk downstairs, and he causing all kinds of problems. And he always up here causing problems. I'll close with this. Liddell, you gotta stop trying to look at people like you trying to intimidate them, because my granddaughter felt intimidated when you were staring at her the other day at that community program. And I'm sure you know who she is. But she looked at you and you spoke to her and she spoke back to you. You know who she is, because y'all be watching my Facebook page, and I'm very public with who my grandchildren are. Thank you.
The next speaker is Leon Lawson III.
How y'all doing? My name is Leon Lawson III, and I could definitely say, like, I'm underprepared, like, cause for the council meeting, but I could definitely say when I came in here, I'm happy I came, because when I came in here,
Sir, we cannot hear you.
When I had came in here, I was, like I said, I didn't know about the council meetings for like 2 hours ago, so I'm very underprepared for it. But when I had came in here, I looked around and I seen that it was no youth in here at all, like my age, and we the main target, you know what I mean, when it comes to, you know, the type of stuff that he put the other day. And like, so I could tell you about the incident that I went through for the past 4 days. I was kidnapped and assaulted for transparently no reason, like literally no reason at all. And the charges that he took me to jail under, he said I tried to burn him with some tongs. I'm a professional athlete. I box. This is what I do. If I really wanted to assault that man, I really do this for a living. You know what I mean? And that goes to show that these police officers is doing nothing behind a badge. Behind a badge. That's it. That's it. Because at the end of the day, you still human. And I really want them to know that they not tough. None of that. They hide behind a badge. And they coming from Swartz Creek out of these outskirt towns, coming into our city, acting like cowboys. That it need to stop. And I'm not gonna lie, like I said, I'm underprepared, but I'm finna definitely start speaking at this type of stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, for sure, I'm finna start a trend with this. I spent almost 3 days in the bullpen. It was a terrible experience, very unexpected. I didn't go outside trying to cause no trouble. I went outside trying to help my family. That's it. I went outside. went outside trying to help my family. That's it. And man, it's simple. Thank y'all. I already spoke on that. Thank y'all.
The final speaker for this meeting is Latrice King.
How y'all doing? I'm Theatrics King. I take orders for all the smoked barbecue, Flint, and the other night we was treated very unfairly, very unjust. It could have went a lot differently if the officer got out and had a conversation with the person who was running the business. You know what I mean? It didn't have to be a hop out and I'm starting to spray people with mace and I'm starting to put people in handcuffs without having a conversation. You know, that's an emotional man. You're not a man at that point. You moving off your emotions. You know what I mean? So, my bad. I'm a little shaken up from the other night. But like I said, you know, the other night I seen him and I told him, you know, you can take your badge off and we can do what we gonna do. You took your camera off. You coming here today, you acting like you tough and this and that. But me, I've been working out my whole life. You know, I'm from Flint. I'm not from no outskirt. I'm from here. You know what I mean? I don't have no felonies on my record. I'm clean. You know what I mean? So yeah, you know, that's all I got to say.
Thank you. It is now time for council's response. Council members may respond once to all public speakers only after all public speakers have spoken. An individual council member's response shall be limited to 2 minutes. Is there anyone who would like to do a
Madam Chair.
response? Go ahead.
Thank you. So I'm going to speak on one topic tonight, and it's about the police. As a white man, and I don't bring race into anything, I try not to, but as a white man, society tells me I have to back the police, back the blue, no matter what. I can't do that. What I seen on Saturday and basically in the last 6 months, I think it's gotten really bad. We need, sir, I know what we need. We need a new police chief. I've been saying it for a few years now. When you drive down the street and you see blight, Chief Green is in charge of the blight officers. So when there's blight, that's Chief Green. He's not doing his job. When you see the highest murder rate in Michigan and second in the country, that's Chief Green not doing his job. When it comes to the police officers, there are good cops and there are bad cops, and I will stand behind the good cops 7 days a week. When there's bad cops, and I thank Prosecutor Layton for dismissing these charges, because in those cops, and one of them's back there now, they should be put on his Brady list. A Brady list is basically any cop that comes in with arrest on somebody, they get double scrutinized because they're corrupt cops. It's called a Brady list. Look it up. They need to be on it. Our colleagues complained about youth jobs, us not supporting youth jobs and putting youth to work to get them off the streets to stop crime. Well, these two gentlemen are youths, and they were pepper sprayed and thrown in jail for having a job. So make that make sense.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. To everyone here, thank you. I do want for showing up. We only get 2 minutes to respond. You get more time to talk than we do to respond. I want to say, number one, I have a problem. We have a first ward councilman not here charged with a felony with domestic violence and a misdemeanor. That is a problem. That is a problem. To you, Leon Sr. and Leon III, I'm sorry that happened to you. I'm sorry. It shouldn't have happened to you. And as I told you when I talked with you, it was gonna play out. You was gonna do 48 hours. 2:20 was your time you were taken in. 2:20 it stopped. 2 days later, when the sheriff came in, they're using our jail as a political prison. No charges, and it needs to stop. There is nothing. You did a little shimmy. So what? You are a trained boxer. You could have, if you were angry, you would have threw the tongues down and used your fist. You didn't do that. Absolutely. And when we
Hey, please let her speak. Pause your time. Pause your time.
I need my seconds back, please.
Yes, I'm going to give you.
Thank you.
Go back to 53, please.
It was 54.
Sorry.
Thank you.
I looked up at 53. Go ahead.
So when we say this, there was no disturbance. You don't have to disperse. There was no threat. There was no immediate danger. There wasn't a threat of a riot. You were black people barbecuing licensed on the side of Saginaw Street, and what we build up, they don't want us to enjoy. That was the problem, and it needs to change. I spoke 1 week before about people getting maced. On Monday, I spoke about at the council, the crowd was maced again on Saturday. This is a problem, and Chief Green is not responding. He's not responding. I've emailed, I've called, I've texted. He's not responding. And if he don't want to respond, then Chief Green needs to go. He needs to quit. You can't have a black mayor, a black police chief, and the black people are being treated so poorly. This is crazy. This shouldn't have happened. Continue to show up, young man, please.
Anyone else? Go ahead, Ms. Winter Carter.
Thank you. First, I would like to thank all of the residents. Thank you for being engaged in the process. You know, and I want to piggyback off of something that my colleagues said, Councilman Pfeiffer and Councilwoman Burns. It's a disgrace. Here we are again, violating people's constitutional rights, okay? On Saturday night, early into Sunday morning, your rights were violated. Your right to assemble, it was violated. When are we gonna stop? You had white officers. That wasn't, you know what? That right there was racial. It was racial. I'm not going to even sugarcoat it. It was racial. It was racially motivated. And then you're going to turn around and spray people with pepper spray? Okay?
Please stop yelling out.
Spraying black residents? They shouldn't even be sitting up in here tonight. They shouldn't be. And then you got a mayor that hasn't even spoken out about it. You got a police chief that hasn't even spoken out about it.
Please stop yelling out.
I'm appalled. I am so over it. It's wrong. It's a disgrace.
Anyone else? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, I know the family. I have a good relationship with several members of the family. And currently, bring you to order. And so, what we know is that they are a good family. I'm not only speaking of, coming in the fourth quarter of what I've heard. I've bought food from the food truck. I patronize. So, anywho, what it boils down to is this. Currently, we have a situation where we have our internal affairs, where they are actively investigating this. We have, and so you would know these things if you would get engaged and if you would have these conversations with administration. Because at the end of the day, this is not political. What this is right here, this is, we have an instance in our community and we need to deal with it accordingly. And that's what we're trying to do. Because no one, no young person, no old person should feel shook when they're enjoying their community. We had a jazz festival that night. Many of our council people never attend those things, but I know I often do. And so I send out a lot of invitation of flyers on my page, inviting people to come out to things like that. I don't want to invite people to come out to a place where people are getting sprayed or where it's not safe. So as we continue to do our part with engaging with administration, making sure this is being investigated with internal affairs, that's what we can do, what we're going to do. So again, to the Lawson family, I will continue to patronize and I will continue to stand with you when you are right. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else from the council would like to do council response? Okay, seeing none, go on to the consent agenda. I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
There's a motion on the floor from the Congresswoman, from the councilperson in the 7th Ward to approve the consent agenda. Is there support?
Support.
It's been supported by the councilwoman in the 2nd Ward. Is there any separations?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
250176,
Okay?
250182,
Okay?
that's it for me.
Okay. Is there anyone else?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
I would like to separate 250177
Okay?
and, hold up, I think I had another one. Let me see. I had a question about that one. I think that might be, if, it might be it for now.
Asking people to be,
wait a
please
minute.
be, keep your conversation down to a minimum. It's hard to hear up here, even if I'm sitting next to her. Our clerks have to hear as well.
I think that's it for me right
Okay.
now.
Is there anyone else? Are there any other separations?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Mr. Jarrett.
I'd like to separate on page 4, 250218.
Okay?
I would like to separate on page 5, 250223.
Okay?
And I think that's all I have.
Are there any other separations?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
250240.
Okay?
And did you separate
Once
198?
again, I'm asking that
Separate 198?
that the members in the attendance in the audience to please keep their voices down. It's very difficult to hear.
On page 3, 250198.
Okay.
That's all I have.
Is there any others?
198.
Okay, the consent agenda will consist of the following resolutions. 250220, settlement Barton versus Neely, case number 223.
Madam Chair,
No, that one was separated.
separated.
That was separated? I missed it. Okay, thank you. That's why it's important that people keep quiet.
Well, I would like to separate that.
It's all right.
Well, it should've been on mine,
Mr.
it's
Pfeiffer,
separated.
it wasn't separated on mine. I missed it. 25022, the consent agenda consists of 250221, grant agreement, Flint Township multi-jurisdictional Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant, Flint Police Department. 250222, contract Anytime Restoration SVS, residential roofing replacement repair program. 250239, contract Old World Construction residential roofing replacement program. Once again, I'm asking that the volume is kept down. Thank you. 250250, change order, Mike and Moore Construction lead-based paint hazard control abatement services. 250251, contract Avalon Technologies Police Department IT storage update. 250252, change order number 8, BSNA Software Information Services Division. 250253, Mobotrex LLC Eagle Signal Repair Parts and Supplies. 250254, DH Tree Transport LLC Water Pollution Control Sludge Hauling Service. 250255, Modern Industries Ready Mix Concrete Department of Public Works. 250256, Dell Marketing Microsoft Licensing Renewal. 250257, Ace Saginaw Paving Company Asphalt Paving Materials Department of Public Works. 250258, Grant Acceptance Home ARP Funds Amendment Home ARP Allocation Plan and add-on number 1. This is the vote to send the consent.
Point of order.
Yes.
Never mind. I forgot about add-on one. You're okay.
Okay. This is the vote to send the consent agenda to council.
Okay, Madam Chair, I do have to say I am having a difficult time hearing because I absolutely did not hear the first separation. And I'm asking now, did you separate the add-on or you just clarified that it was?
No, it wasn't
Okay.
separated.
So, yes, if the attendees could, because I'm definitely having a hard time hearing and we want to make sure that we record these responses correctly. So, moving on to the roll call. Mr. Alamin is not in. Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. The first separated resolution is 250176, a change order number 1, funding for Phase 2, Police Department City Hall camera installation. I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Make a motion to send 250176 to council.
There's a motion on the floor by the councilwoman in the 6th Ward to send 250176 to council. Is there support? Support. It's been supported by the councilwoman in the 7th Ward. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I'd like to call Detective Sergeant Booth. I have some questions to the podium. Good evening.
Good evening.
I assume you know I've got some questions.
Yes, ma'am.
So, so this is an add-on, and where are these cameras located? Are they already installed, or are they to be installed?
These cameras are already installed, and they're in the entire complex, so both the south, north, and main City Hall building.
Okay, and are these leased?
These cameras are,
Are these, this is not what, Flocka, is it?
RL.
no, these are not flock cameras. These are internal surveillance cameras for security purposes inside and outside the complex. And they are owned, so we purchase the cameras and they come with a service contract also.
So they come with a service contract, and so these cameras are owned. Are these the Intel Center or?
So yes, these cameras are piped into the intelligence center.
Point of order.
What's your point?
Madam Chair, we got some kind of
Yeah.
feedback coming
Oh.
from the speaker up here. I don't know who's got their mic on.
Madam Clerk, there's feedback coming in from us. Let me try taking mine off.
So how many change orders has there been for this project? There have been 2?
Yes, to my
And
knowledge.
so this one is for the 14,000. Will this complete the number of change order?
Yes.
This is it?
This is it, yes. The project is complete after this approval.
Okay. And I know the location is an issue and with disclosing where they are. So they're throughout all over City Hall or the complex?
Yes, with the exception.
What do you consider the complex?
So with the exception of inner offices, so there are no cameras in individuals' offices. The camera systems cover the hallway, stairwell access, the parking garage, things like that. So when I say that the entire complex, for instance, this building, first, second, third floor, including the underground parking structure and every stairwell inside the building, and the same for the south and north building, as well as the police department.
Okay, and I appreciate you showing up, because I think our deputy chief, he had difficulty answering some of just the basic questions. So I appreciate you, actually I asked for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Because I appreciate you knowing, and that was my question, my basic questions. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Ms. Pfeiffer.
Detective, what are these change order, what is the change order for? Because I don't see any invoices that match that dollar amount that you're requesting for.
I don't know what's in your packet, but I can say that there was an issue with adding on to a project once the south building renovation was completed. There were a couple additions, adding some cameras as well as monitors to make sure that the coverage was proper in that building. So then there was a slight increase as compared to what was originally submitted. So it had to come back for your approval before we could make the payment. But the increase was to added camera systems.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other discussion in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round? Any discussion in the second round? Any discussion in the second round? This is the vote to send resolution 250176 to council.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin is absent. The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. That will be sent to council. The next
you,
separation is 250177, reallocation of ARPA fund, Flint in-home plumbing programs. I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'll make a motion that we send 250177 to council.
It's been motion made to send to council by Councilwoman in the 5th Ward. Is there support?
Support.
It's been supported by the Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward. Is there any discussion?
Yes, Madam
Go ahead.
Chair. I do have questions about this resolution. Is there anyone, through you, Madam Chair, is there anyone that can answer my questions? There in the back. Hi.
Hello. How you doing?
I'm well. What's your name? Michael. I'm trying to find it in our supplemental information, but I wanted to find out how many homes are projected to be serviced with the 510,000 allocation.
I have a match also with Eagle, so it should be a projected 400.
400?
Correct.
You said 400?
Yeah, 400.
Okay. It's so hard to hear. Okay. And so, did we talk about the criteria?
Yeah,
We did talk about that as to how the homes were gonna be selected. Can you go over that again so that the residents can understand it?
what a selection process is basically open to all Flint residents. Just come down, fill out the application, and once you fill out the application, I have my inspector come out and test your home to see which house has the most lead, and that's the first come,
I'm going
first
to
served basis
pause the
that we
time.
have.
Hold on. People in the hall, we cannot hear in here. Can you please keep it quiet? Either take it farther down the hall or down to another floor. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Okay, you can finish.
Yeah, so basically it's open to all Flint residents.
And it's open to all residents, but you're gonna be looking at the lead levels as well as.
Correct. So that's who would be higher at the list than the others. So that's how we prioritize which house will be done first.
Okay. And you haven't received any applications yet, as of yet, right?
We receiving applications, but we haven't started anything.
Okay. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Jarrett.
Thank you. Through you to the speaker. Good evening, sir.
How you doing, sir?
All right. Can I ask you just to share again what the range of service would be, what the scope of work that we are willing to provide under this program?
All internal plumbing. From the meter to the shower to the sink to the water heater, all internal plumbing.
All internal plumbing. And is there a maximum per household?
As of right now, no.
So
we haven't got to that, so it's still a pilot, so we haven't bidded out the projects yet.
Okay. So, so basically anything plumbing wise that needs to be addressed in the home, this program will allow for.
Correct.
And you say that does it include replacement of the water heater?
Long as it's in a deteriorated fashion or it has lead residing in the water tank.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Long as it's in a deteriorated fashion, if it's an old water heater or if it has lead residing in it.
Okay. And we have $510,000 to work with.
Now we have $1 million. I secured some money from Eagle. So I got a 410,000 coming from Eagle.
Okay, so in addition to the 510 in this resolution, there's another 400 that is available to support the program. Is that what I'm understanding?
Correct.
Okay. So that still is what, $2,000 per household or something?
Well, we projected about $3,000 per household.
Okay. Do we, as we're projecting, what numbers have you all come up with that might be a reasonable sort of quote or guesstimate to replace plumbing, pipes, whether we're doing it's not PVC, it's PEX, whether we're doing the PEX or whatever. Do you all sort of have a feel as to, a home size of, 1,400 square feet, what it might cost if we had to replace all the plumbing?
Yeah, about 2,500, 22 to 2,500.
Okay, good. I'm just trying to get a feel for, how the projections came. And I heard you to say we'll be potentially serving 400 households. So I'm just trying to get a feel for how that actually might come to pass. So thank you for being here to answer questions. I think I have better understanding now after hearing you. Thank you.
All right, appreciate it.
Any other discussion in the
Madam
first
Chair.
round? Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
How did we come up with the dollar amount?
Wait, sorry, go ahead.
Just
How did we
coming
come
off
up with the
of-
per house dollar amount?
We had a meeting with some contractors, and we just asked the contractors, originally, how much would you guys charge to replace plumbing inside of a whole house? And that's kind of the range where we came up with, where it's anywhere from 2,000 to 4,500.
To 4,500.
Yeah. So we settled in the $3,000 range.
So, to me, that is very light. Because how are you replacing fixtures? Like, this doesn't include sewer lines, right? This is just strictly water lines?
Correct, just water lines.
No
And-
sewer.
Or fixtures, just
Because
water lines.
Plumbing program kind of is, plumbing is water, sewer, everything, right? So it's strictly water lines?
Yeah, because if it's in the sewer lines, you're not intaking.
No, I understand that, but I'm like, the title of the program is in-home plumbing program, but it really is water line replacement program, right?
Yeah, that's just the title. So
I understand, but the title is kind of misleading because plumbing includes the sewer, and I just want to make sure we're not replacing sewer lines in a home or anything like that. It's strictly water lines, right?
Yeah, because it's also it's in my program, so I'm the program manager for the lead office. So we only attacking lead. So if it's in your sewer line, lead in the sewer line isn't harming anybody.
Right. No, I 100% agree. I'm just making sure that we're clear, because it doesn't anywhere in this thing it says water lines. It says a plumbing program. I just want to make sure we're clear. Are we removing the existing water lines, or are we abandoning the existing water lines?
Oh, completely remove them.
So what if the water lines are in behind walls? Are we demoing walls and replastering walls?
That'll be a change order where we got to that part of it. We was gonna
But that
handle
should
that.
be incorporated in all your budgets, right?
Well, I already have that incorporated in my HUD budget. Because again, once we go in and doing the work, it's intangible with my HUD funds for us to go in and do the lead work, and I have healthy home dollars, which will repair all of unnecessary work that may cause when we're removing the lead lines.
So you're saying that that can be billed above and beyond the $1 million that we got? Or that's got to be incorporated in the $1 million?
No, that'll be coming out of a different pot of money.
How do we know that that pot of money will be available?
How do we know if it's gonna be available?
Yes. Because we don't have a grant. It's not in front of us right now that we're approving that for any change orders.
You already approved it. It's already been allocated to my program, so it's already there. This money would just go into basically a support fund for the lead-based paint hazard control that we already doing work for. Now, instead of just replacing windows, doors, sidings, etc., now we can do
How much
water
money? How
lines.
much money is in that program?
I got $4 million.
4 million.
Correct.
So anything above and beyond this million will come out of that 4 million.
If we doing anything as in drywall, plastering, going in walls, it will go into that funds, correct?
Okay. And this, so if they need a new water heater, they need new sink faucets, whatever else, who pays for that? Is it just on the homeowner?
Yeah, as of right now, we wasn't replacing any fixtures. I also have another grant with MDHHS, which was replacing fixtures, so that also goes into another pot where they was coming in and replacing certain fixtures.
So what if, and Councilwoman Michelle, you may be able to help me, what if if there is any, if it's lead going from the meter in the house to the road, which isn't covered in the water line replacement, what if that is lead? Who's checking that?
We wouldn't. I thought, yeah.
Because if we're replacing the alleged lead lines in the house, and we know that the street curb to the main is replaced, what about from the meter, wherever that is in the house, to the road, which is covered by the homeowner? What if that is lead?
Yeah, we haven't got to that part. All I know is right now everything internal.
Because if we replace everything internal, but we leave that section that's lead, what are we doing? I don't know the answer. I'm asking you. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So are you working with Roe or whomever? Do you have, I would imagine, you have access to the city records to determine whose pipes had to be replaced because they were lead or galvanized steel, correct?
Correct.
And so I'm guessing with those records, you will be able to determine if from the meter to where he was discussing would also be lead, correct?
Should be, correct.
All right, thank you. I yield.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round? Discussion in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Through you to the speaker. One question around what might happen, as my colleague in the 8th Ward asked about overages for things like the drywall and that type of replacement. Have the guidelines for the lead-based paint program that you are referencing for the 4 million changed such that we don't have to necessarily have that minor in the home? Because my understanding of that program is that it was sort of select and targeted towards households with minors or whatever the age restrictions was. Is that no longer, or there's a caveat built in where we can do this?
No, that's still accurate.
Okay, but depending on, I guess, the household, then we may be able to pull money?
Correct.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to get that additional, again, clarification. Thank you.
Any other discussion in the second round?
Yeah.
Madam Chair.
No,
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. So how many applicants do we have so far?
We haven't did a tally yet, but I know in my program alone, we are at 200. So they go hand in hand, so basically 200 applications right now.
So about 200. So I don't see them in our packet, the addresses. Do you have the addresses, or will we be able to see them before they're approved to go?
I can get something drafted and sent over to Davina so she can share with you guys.
Can you repeat that for me again?
I can get something drafted and get it over to Davina so she can share with you guys.
And that'll be the addresses?
Correct.
Thank you.
No problem.
Is there any other discussion?
Madam
the
Chair.
second round. Go ahead, Ms.
So I'm concerned about from the meter to the road. What piles of money do we have, if that is lead, what piles of money do we have to pay for that?
As of right now, I haven't advocated for any money to replace that. I thought that was already done. So if not, then after this pilot program is done, Eagle is allowing us to advocate for more money. I could change the budget so that we can replace said lines.
Because if we replace all the plumbing in the thing and that we still got a lead water line feeding the house, are we then contaminating the new plumbing that we're putting in?
Technically.
See my point? If these have already been identified as lead, but we're only taking from the meter to the faucet as new, to me, we're putting the cart before the horse, because what's feeding
Resolution 250177 to council.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. That will be sent to council. Our next separation is 250182, grant acceptance, continuing professional education, State of Michigan Commission Law Enforcement Standards. I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I'd like to send 240182 to council.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor by the councilwoman in the 6th ward to send to council, supported by the councilwoman in the 7th ward. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms.
Who do we have here could you step to the podium, please? Thank you. Could you give your name?
Sergeant Dominic Teft.
Say that again.
Sergeant Dominic Teft.
Teft?
T-E-F-F-T, Teft.
Teft, okay, thank you. I had questions about the training and with the MCOs training last Monday during our council meeting. And I had those questions about the training because of the standards. One of the standards that I'm concerned about was the pushing. How do we assess issues or I'm going to say evaluate or address them. There were some issues that were on Home Street. There was the macing and the pushing. This was by an officer who has been wearing an assault rifle across his chest. I was deeply concerned about that. And I know with MCOs, it is the continued education and for professionalism. Can you tell me what are some of the standards, because this is for a grant, and they teach us, what are some of the standards the Flint Police Department is facing?
I can't answer that question. That's a question for MCOs. Is everybody familiar with MCOs and what MCOs stands for?
I am, but I think that is you being the police department, with you being on the department, what department issues does the Flint Police Department face? Because if they're training to address issues, and one of the issues, one is professionalism. I know with the barbecue grill, they were told after people paid for food, go to McDonald's. So very careful that they were. Community policing is how we create a rapport with the public, which has become a problem. And I will say some of it has unfortunately stemmed and poured from our chambers out into the public. And that is a problem. So when you say you need the training, do you feel that this department has things that they need to improve?
This is not me wanting training. This is not the department wanting training. This is MCO saying that every police officer in the state of Michigan is going to have this training during this 3-year pilot program. It's not an option for us.
Okay,
we don't pick and choose.
Yeah.
The state standards come down and they tell us what to do.
Okay, and I understand that, but this is not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you outside of that. The training, I understand, is standard. And for the record, for you, my husband retired from the police department, and they didn't have these issues. So I want that to be very clear. And so when we're looking at these issues, what I'm saying, do you see anything that is outstanding to you that maybe we need to work on? Because this is about training, and it's the same with us with training. I signed the 4 training seminar things in September with the Michigan Municipal League. I know there are things that we have to work on, and it's accountability. Or do you feel, because I actually asked for Chief Green to be here, do you think this would be better addressed? Because when we had budget hearings, one of the issues was morale, the number of hours worked, running from scene to scene, not being able to properly address a crime scene, because 2 Saturdays ago, 10 days ago, there were 17 shootings in 70 minutes. And I know that wears on you. And so when I'm asking for, this is a part of training, in this training and other training, is it something that you see is in the command staff that we need to further address? Now, if you're not comfortable answering it, I completely understand, because I asked for Chief Green, And he should be here. I didn't ask for you, I asked for him to be here, and he's not. I've called him, I've emailed him, he's not responding. And I don't know how you don't respond when you're the police chief and you got people in these council chambers who have questions. So I get what you're saying, I understand what MCOS is. 100% I do. But MCOS speaks to professionalism. It speaks to current issues. It speaks to best practices. Does the Flint Police Department, what is the Flint Police Department best practices?
That's above my pay grade, ma'am. I'm here to talk about MCOS, the CPE training, and everything else.
Please.
Okay, and so those are some of the things that, for me, when we're going to training, what are we going to training for? That when we go, we need to make sure we take what we learn and we're able to reuse it out in the public and for our officers. My time is up. I'll wait for my second round. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yep. Any other discussion in the first round? Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Sir, what is this money used for? Is this used for the dollars it's going to cost to send?
Sir, when you say the money, you're talking about the
$99,000
coming from MCOS?
What is that? Is that going for payroll to send people to this training?
None of this is in-person training. This is all online training. It pays for the company that
But we still have to pay our officers the 24 hours that they do it, right?
No, the MCOS is paying for that money. That money, that $99,000 is paying. Not everybody does it on overtime, and I went over this with finance. Maybe, if I had to guess, 50% of the officers do it on overtime. Others do it when they have downtime during the shift, daytime officers or whatever.
So the $99,000 isn't going to cover all of our expenses, correct?
I don't work in finance. I don't know the calculations for every officer who does it that way. I know that it pays for the online program that we're using that is MCOS approved.
So it pays for the program, or does any of this money come back to us for payroll?
Yes.
Does it cost us money to take this online program or no?
We have to pay a yearly amount for the company we went with is Lexpol, and they are the parent company of Police One Academy. We pay $6,969 a year to be able to use that service.
Okay.
We take all of our training on that Police One Academy.
Okay. I'm
And
sure that that's a budgeted expense, so that's
Yes.
not part of this. So this $99,000 is strictly to cover payroll for officers to go through this this training.
Payroll and
I can help with that.
Okay.
So altogether,
Can you say what your name is
yeah,
and your
my
title,
name's
please?
Angela Ammerman.
I'm sorry?
I'm Angela Ammerman.
Okay.
I'm the finance accounting coordinator,
Okay.
and I do the accounting for the police department.
Okay.
So we've initially got $49,500.
Can you speak closer to the mic?
Sorry.
Calm down, everybody.
So initially, we got $49,500 that you guys already approved.
Okay.
We still haven't, they didn't start using this till January, so we have that plus the 99, and next January, we'll get another 99. So for this fiscal year, since January of 25 till June of 26, we have $149,000 to use. So about a year and a half. So I think that, it covers their wages and the program that they're using.
What is the cost of the wages for?
It depends on the position. So if it's their rank. Like, so I don't know what each officer makes or his lieutenant makes.
But somebody's got to put pen to paper to say what this is going to cost, right?
Yeah, so if it's, I don't know what his wages off the top of my head. So it's 1 hour.
Sir, what are your wages?
So, so it's 1 hour, like, or if it could be a 2-hour class, or.
Well, according to the paperwork, you got to have at least 24 hours of continuing education. So this is every employee times 24 hours, and I'm guessing a majority of that, to his point, at least 50% is going to be on overtime. So that's going to be a expensive endeavor.
At this point, it hasn't been half of it. About 25%'s been overtime.
Okay.
So, but some of them are doing it at home, and they don't get, if they do it at home, they're not ranked. It's not put in their timesheet, so they're not getting paid for it. That was their choice. So some of them are choosing to do it from home, and they're not getting paid for it. So that doesn't come off the grant. It only comes off the grant what they actually get paid for. Does that
Okay.
make sense? Like, how, did I say that right?
It does, but I don't understand why they would do it off the clock.
I don't, I wouldn't, but I mean, it's up to them. Maybe it's easier for them. They're, you know, they don't have, they're at home. It's not, it's all this stuff going on
Please
and
quiet
all the
down.
different things going on. Maybe it's easier for them to do it at home with no distractions or, I mean, I couldn't tell you why.
Talk about that a little bit also. Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome. Sorry.
We have reserved the computer room on numerous occasions next to HR with all the computers in it where they can get online. If they want to come in and do it at the computers there, they can get paid overtime on their time off. If they have an office here or they come to the report room and they want to do it on their time off, they come on their time off and they do it here. If they want to do it at home, they don't get to pay for it. And
So are we mandating that this gets staggered out, or they can do 24 hours of overtime in one?
It's broken down quarterly. So throughout the year, quarterly, you have to complete the assignments through
So
the.
6 hours a quarter?
We are playing catch up because they just started the pilot program last year at June, so half the year, we weren't even involved with it, and nobody knew what was going on.
Okay.
More clarity was brought to light, and now
I
we have to make
stop.
up.
I have to stop the time, but somebody else will give you time to finish.
Okay.
Is there any other discussion in the first round? Go ahead on my time.
Okay, so we have to make up the 12 hours from the last half of last year. Everybody in the state does. And we do 24 for this year, 24 for next year, 24 for 27. After that, the pilot program is done. I can't tell you what MCOLS is gonna do. I can tell you what my gut says. My gut says is they're gonna make it permanent. They're gonna make it continuing professional education permanently. I don't know if there's gonna be resources for the state to give us money in the future, but all I know, as of right now, through the December 31st of 27, we have to take this training.
So, excuse me. So this training is being paid for this grant, and if people choose to do it on their own time, they can do that. I
Yes.
wouldn't do it.
And just to clear one thing up, and so far, the training that we completed, 42% of it is directly related to community relations and police officer wellness. So this is not just about kicking in doors and shooting training. This is trying to deal with the community with people with Alzheimer's, people with mental health problems, communicating with the youth. I mean, communicating with the elderly. It's really, we're trying to get close to 50%. We don't have a choice of half of it. MCOL says these are what ones you're gonna take. The other half, we're mixing in what we think we need. And when I say what we think we need, it's the entire command staff.
So there's electives that you can do. There's certain requirements, and then you have to pick up the rest of your credits as electives.
As electives of the ones that they offer.
Right. And is the city saying you have to have these, but we're telling you you have to take these in addition, and then you can take extras? Or are they just mandated to take the courses that are required, and then they can choose whatever electives they want?
No, they were given assignments, and they can do them, but they can go above and beyond for free. And I know many officers have taken additional training on this website, and they love it.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any discussion in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So who decides what the department needs?
As far as the
You
training
said-
that we're taking?
Yes.
Well, like I said, some of it is from MCOLs themselves, the commission. They decide what we have to take.
Right.
Then they give us a list of electives that you can pick from on the website. Anything on the website that we go to for Academy One, Police One Academy, everything on there is picked by MCOLs, approved by MCOLs. If it's not approved by MCOLs, it's not on that website. That's why we chose that website.
So is there any direction that it comes from, I would say probably from the chief, that states we need to improve in this area? So let's say community policing. So is there guidance with saying, you know, in your elective part, you know, we're going to focus on community policing? You know, we know that in Flint we've had an issue the past year. Didn't have one for decades. And so, I mean, does that directive come down from the chief to state we need to focus on particular or specific areas?
I don't have communication with the chief on this. I know I'm the training coordinator, which means that when training is completed, I keep track of it. I don't pick the assignments. Lieutenant Robert Frost, who was unavailable to be here, he's a lieutenant in traffic, and he makes the assignments. I don't know if I really don't know if they're discussing the
Okay.
staff meetings and that's where it comes from, or if it's,
So Lieutenant Frost makes, what does Lieutenant Frost do again?
he's in traffic. He's a traffic, and he makes the quarterly assignments on Police One Academy.
Okay, so Lieutenant Frost makes the quarterly assignments on that. Because I think if we're doing the training, I think it should be guided. Like if we know we're having an issue with community policing, it should be guided. You know, that's one of the elective courses that should be taken. And this, I take the training very serious. And that was one of the reasons why I did want to speak to the chief, because it is really, you go by command. And so it really starts with him and addressing those issues. And I know certain times Chief Green has sent other people up here who don't have a clue with the question. You are answering. I appreciate you answering what you have.
I'm trying.
But, yeah, and I appreciate it. I truly do. But I would still like to speak with Chief Green.
On your note, ma'am?
Yes.
When it talks about effective communication for law enforcement, everybody in the department over the last 4 years have or will be trained 8 hours in emotional survival and effective communication for law enforcement, which deals directly.
My time. I'm sorry.
Any other discussion?
Yes,
Go
you
ahead.
can continue on my time.
Okay, so the training I just spoke of is, we just had the training last week and 40 officers were trained on it, 8 hours. I'm working through the entire department. Hopefully, they come once a year, and hopefully next year, 40 will wrap up the entire police department at that point.
Can you ask him how many took the training?
So how many officers took the training?
So far, for the last training I just spoke about, or the training that we're doing with?
Both.
MCOs, as of the end of this month, so the next quarter starts in September, everybody will have completed 24 hours of the required CPE MCOs training.
Okay.
And then we'll have additional 12 hours to finish up to get the 36 from half of last year to all of this year. So everybody has, and we check at the end of the quarter, and everybody has to be completed, and so far everyone has.
Oh, okay. That's
How
good.
many people were shot the last weekend?
Tanya. So, did you guys finish the investigation of last weekend?
I
I
don't do investigations.
Oh, okay. I'm just wondering, did we come up with a number? And also,
I can
Well,
appreciate
let's
where you're going, ma'am, but I don't have any clue.
This is for their education.
Okay.
Standards and best practices.
Yeah. And are they gonna discuss,
Hey,
de-escalation?
RL, I'm not going to tell you again.
Yeah.
I've
With that
told you about
training?
4 times now.
Will this money, this training here that we're talking about, will you guys be training police officers as far as de-escalation?
Yes,
Okay, because that's needed.
yes.
Yeah, that's definitely needed. So that's on the list of things that will be, that they will be trained on.
Request for information.
What's your request?
Through you to the speaker, do we know if that de-escalation training is virtual via video or if it's going to be hands-on?
It should be hands-on.
Virtual.
And, is it virtual? When can we get some hands-on de-escalation training? I mean, virtual, that's all good and dandy. I believe in, when I do trainings, I believe in touching all of the, virtual, I believe in visual, hands-on, all of it. So when will there be escalation training? De-escalation training? That's it as far as mine.
Any
Madam
other
Chair,
discussion?
You can continue on my time.
Okay, go ahead,
Bad luck
continue.
every time I wanna.
Go ahead.
The type of training that we're doing online is done, in my opinion, this is no one else's opinion, okay? This is my opinion. It is impossible to get 104 full-time sworn officers to be able to go to training at once without manpower shortage and taken away from coverage on the street. It is not gonna happen. I don't care how you do it. You won't be able to stagger that training and find enough classes that are offered through this state anyway. It's nearly impossible. Virtual is the tough way to learn for some people, but it's what we have right now. And mind you, I've done all these videos myself. None of this is new. All of this has been learned in the academy. Now for me, it's been 26 years. So it was very good for me for recall, some things that I had forgotten, some new techniques, some new ideas, but all of it has trained in the academy and continuous training throughout my career. So I can't speak for anything going forward, what's gonna be done in person. I can just tell you that this is very effective training. It's a reminder for those coming out of the academy who just had the training, and for an older fellow like myself who's been here a while, it's a good reminder. So that's all I can do and speak about the CPE.
So I appreciate the clarification that this is basically virtual training. So my ask of you as you report back to the chief about your engagement here is that the administration and the chief work to commission someone to request grant dollars such that we can do in-person training, especially around de-escalation, as that has been not just a community concern that has been voiced here, but a real issue at this point. So, and I know there's a resolution here later for some $700,000 from the Mott Foundation, which it wasn't clearly identified how the funds can be used, but when that resolution comes, that's a question I'm gonna ask. Can something like this be funded by that $700,000+? Because it is going to be an undertaking, but it's one that is vital, crucial, that happens here in the city of Flint post haste. Thank you. That's much.
Thank you. Anyone else in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
I'm going to support this training, but here's my issue with it. If you're saying that 40 people went through, I'm sorry, you said 40 people went through community policing or something like that? What was the
Emotional survival and effective communication for law enforcement.
Yeah, I'm going to say that was probably a waste of time. And I'm not trying to, like, whatever training is happening isn't working. And I'm not saying that all officers need 100% retraining. I'm saying that maybe to our conversation, Mr. Booth, maybe specific officers need more specific training. And I think to my colleague's point, there needs to be more dollars for in-person training, because I'm going to be honest with you, I get virtual training through my 9 to 5, and literally it's a YouTube video, and you can push play, take a nap, wake up, especially something that you just admitted on the record. It's everything that everybody knows already. So to me, maybe it's an ineffective program because maybe being online and virtual, it doesn't capture everything, their attention as much as it should be when it's in person. And I'm not saying it's bad and every officer does that, but to me, especially if it's something that was in the academy and we have a lot of fresh faces, maybe it's something that they zone out on, get on their phone, whatever else, and not focused the way in-person training, which it's clear and obvious that we need more training, in the virtual training, to me, based on what you just said and what course 40 officers took, unless the 40 officers haven't stepped foot in this chambers or downtown recently, the training's ineffective. So I think Detective Booth, as we spoke earlier, we need to hone in on making sure we have officers placed where they're most effective. And the militant guys that we have in this room and downtown during peaceful dinners at night maybe aren't the right people in those spots. So I'll yield it and leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the second round? Go ahead, Dr. Lewis.
Thank you. All right, so I just want to be clear that I hear what I'm hearing. So this training right here is mandated, right?
Yes.
All right, so if we don't do it, then what?
If we don't do it?
Yeah, so if we don't approve this grant, then what?
We'll have to pay for the training out of the police budget.
Okay, so the $99,000, instead of being a grant, it had to come out of our funding, so we will have to do it regardless, right?
Correct.
All right, so I want to make sure I was clear on that, because I support it for that reason right there. And also, are you familiar with the Peacekeepers training?
No.
No? Okay. All right, very well. I see Officer Booth, he's shaking his head. There are many opportunities that this body, as well as the community, that they're afforded to take to get in these spaces and see the training that's taking place. I participated in the training with the Sheriff Department. And so my other thing that I want to really hone in is the fact that it is, when we have these kind of concerns about training, there are other municipalities, they face the same issues that we do. And that's the point of us going to conferences and getting training and being around other council people so we can see what they're doing in other municipalities that share the same challenges. And so I would like to challenge my colleagues. I know it sounds good to throw things at you all, but we too have the capabilities to reach out to places like Detroit, places like Grand Rapids, places like Chicago. If you talk, they talk back. And we all can get a feel for the trainings that they have that's effective within their police force. So it's important for when we say that we are engaged and that we want to see something different, and that when we're inquiring, it is important for us to, like some of us stated, I will not meet with the mayor, I will not meet with the administration. This right here is when we meet and we engage and we bring these things to them. So when we have issues, we can say, we did our part, but you didn't do yours. Yes, it's definitely a while, because it's an all boots on the ground effort. I'm not going to talk to you about training and be serious about it when I'm not trying to look for training that works for police officers and bringing it to you. We just can't do that. And so, again, I support this MCO mandated training. I support, and I want to encourage my colleagues to take advantage and step stop by, and see the other trainings that they have taking place. There's quite a few taking place here in around the area. And so we all can gauge for ourselves if they're effective, what needs to be changed, and reach out to other municipalities to see what's working there. It's a win-win situation, and to boo that is ridiculous, because it's a step forward in the right direction. So thank you.
Any other discussion in this second round? Go ahead.
Madam Chair, thank you. Thank you for coming in, discussing the training. I think that we've all hit on some, well, you all have hit on some very important points here. One, that it is mandated. I think obviously everybody in here can agree that police training should be mandated. You talked about how they will learn some de-escalation techniques. You talked about how they'll learn how to deal with patients with, residents who may have dementia, who may have some sort of mental health concern that they have going on. I know possibly some people who may have different issues with maybe medication, opioid addiction, anything like that. And it sounds like they're going to get training to learn how to properly de-escalate those situations. I think that what a lot of my colleagues up here said, it works out, right? I know that we know what's going to be mandated by the state, and you said they can take some more trainings, and that some things are a bit above your pay grade when we're talking about what some of the specific trainings in the city of Flint are. I think that you will take it back to the chief, and the chief is probably watching the meeting. If he's available to watch right now, and Detective Booth is certainly going to take it back to him. Some of the suggestions that my colleagues made as we approve this, we do want to make sure that we are heard in the future of the fact that some of that training may need to be in person, because while I won't go as far as to say it's ineffective, because there are some people who really take their career paths seriously, who take community policing seriously, and so they do want to get better. But we have a family who's here today because of something that happened that could have been handled differently, right? And so what we can do is take what they're saying, listen to my colleague in the 9th ward, listen to my colleague in the 8th ward, make sure that some of that training does happen in person, make sure we're listening to my colleague in the 2nd ward when she says that everyone would do, it would do us all a better service for the city, for all of us to go through training, to reach out to different municipalities and say, hey, I see some similar situations are happening there, or they have happened there, and you've managed to de-escalate situations, or you've managed to come together and make it better. So how can we, as the Flint Police Force or Flint City Council, whomever, do these things better? I am excited that we're all on the same page about approving this training, because one thing we can be clear on, whether it's in-person or virtual, training is absolutely needed for every police force, and our police force especially. I know we have some dedicated men and women who serve here, right? And that they do want this training, they do want to get better. We know that human error happens all the time. And so I think the best way that we move forward as a community after checking ourselves and our behavior and making those adjustments is we go to these trainings and we learn how to get better at the jobs that we're doing. So thank you for standing here before us today. I know a lot of it was a bit above your pay grade, but I think you helped us understand some things beautifully, such as this is mandated training. There will be some de-escalation training, and if we don't pay for it this way with this grant, it's coming out of our pockets anyway. So thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to take just a few minutes and ask, per Councilwoman Pfeiffer's question, are there tests that are conducted at the end of each one of these trainings?
Yes, and none of these videos can you press play and go do laundry or go do the dishes. In fact, at the end of every one, there's a test. And the majority of them that I saw, if you fail it twice, you take the training again. So that's another hour that you're going to watch a video. And there's a remark section at the very end, and I put the same thing every time, make the buttons bigger that I have to continue because I can't see them even with my readers on. So it's every 30 seconds you're pressing a button to continue, or you have to click on the icon to continue. So I understand where you're coming from, and I would have had the same problem if I could just sit there and let it play. I'd probably be on my phone, but this is something you have to, and there are questions throughout that you have to answer, and if you get them wrong, it kicks you back to the beginning, you're starting over again. So when you get to the end, it's 80% passing, you only get 10 questions. If you miss 3 of them, you get one more try at it and do it again, you're going back and doing the training again.
The reason why I asked is because that's exactly my experience with my online training. Mm-hmm. I work remote with QuickBooks. We all work remote. My team, I've had teams from coast to coast with members on it, as well as north and south. So we have to have a certain percentage in order to go on. And if you don't, you have to retake it. Correct. And every year we have to recertify in order to keep our jobs. If you don't recertify by June 30th, you're done. There's no second chance. You get 60 days to recertify. You take the test 3 times, you get locked out. You can come back after 45 days. But by that time, you might be out of a job. So that's why I
The
wanted.
funding itself is not the most important thing. If an officer does not take these 24 hours of training a year and complete them and pass them,
They lose their
MCOs will
certification.
pull their certification. You can't be a police officer in the state of Michigan without MCO's approval.
Okay.
Period.
Thank you very much. That was my question. I wanted to get clarification of that because of what Mr. Pfeiffer was talking about with YouTube. And I understand that you can take these, that there are trainings online that are YouTube, but that has not been my experience. So I just wanted to see what it was. This is the vote to send resolution 250182 to council. Thank you.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat? Yes. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin is absent. Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. That will go to council. The next resolution, 250198, contract Blyson Vanderbrick, Water Asset Management, Water Reliability Plan, Department of Public Works, Water Division. And I'll entertain a motion. Do I have a motion?
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
I would like to,
Councilwoman in the 7th Ward has made a motion to send to council. Is there
Support.
support? Supported by the Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward. Is there any discussion? All right. Do you want Scott? Mr. Dungy. Go ahead.
So if this was part of the ACO, did we get funding for this?
No.
What exactly is this study going to tell us that we don't already know?
So in 2018, they did this study. So what this study is to assess what has been done since 2018.
Hold the time. I'm going to ask again for the people in the hallway to please keep the noise down. We cannot hear, and neither can our clerks. Thank you. Go ahead.
So we're gonna ask somebody or give somebody $136,000 to modify our 2018 report when we don't know internally what we've done since 2018?
So that's a part of it, to incorporate all of the assets that have been invested in, everything that's been replaced, everything that's been upgraded, put that in the new asset management plan, see where we're at.
I know, but don't we already know that?
To a certain extent, we do know some things, but there's still some things that need to be evaluated, and they have to put that together and put it down on paper to see if you can pay your bills. You know, that's what a part of this is for. It's like your home budget. It's to assess your prior bills, current bills, and your capital improvements. Look at what capital improvements you need to do, what didn't we complete in the last 8 years.
So this company is going to come in and we're going to turn over all of our documentation, correct? That of the stuff that we've done?
Yes, we will work with them and give them all of the OEM manuals and stuff like that so they can incorporate that into a digital format to where we can look at all of our assets to create a
Madam
budget
Chair.
that'll last us 20 years.
Pause the time. I'm asking again for people in the hallway to please keep it down. If you're leaving, please be quiet as you go out the door, because we are trying to conduct city business, and we have important questions that need to be answered, and we only have a limited amount of time to do that in. Thank you. Go ahead.
I'm just trying to grasp, like, so we've got a 2018 report. We have all of our documentation. and we know what we've done,
Correct.
because to me, this is like 136,000, that's two full-time employees that we're
Yes.
paying, and how long are they gonna be working on this?
Well, it was supposed to be done by the end of this year, but we know we're probably not gonna be able to complete that, so we'll have to ask for an extension.
And then, after this report comes in, what's the next step?
To tie that into the rate study, to give that asset management plan, our budget, the Water Service Center's budget, to administration, and incorporate that into the rate study, and assess it, and make sure that we have a budget that'll last us 20
But
years.
the rate study isn't part of the ACO, right? So we're using this for our rate study that the mayor wants to do, right? That has nothing to do with the ACO. So what's the purpose of this document?
It's hard to know a proper rate study without knowing your assets
I
and your budget.
understand that, but
And that's
the
this
rate-
purpose, that's what this is to do.
But
to
the rate
assess-
study was not part of the ACO.
No, the rate
The
study is
rate
just to
study,
make
so
sure
the rate
you're.
study, the rate study is irrelevant to this right here, because we're saying that this is mandated by the ACO.
So if
so
you don't
what
do
is the
this, you can't
purpose?
do a proper rate study.
I don't wanna hear about the rate study. No offense, the rate study has nothing to do with this. So why was this put in the ACO when the rate study wasn't part of the ACO? What is the purpose of this document? Outside of the rate study?
There is some wording in the ACO that ties this to the rate study. But this assessment is to look at the water plant's budget and the water service center's budget and make sure we're solvent for 20 years. So we'll leave the rate study out of it. This is just to assess the water plant and the water service center, to look at past, current, and future, to look at our budget and show that we're solvent for 20 years.
So why didn't the rate study in 2018 prove that we're gonna be solvent for 20 years and we have to redo it 8 years later?
Because we haven't completed the ACO. So a part of that is we've completed 80% of what they've asked us to do, but we haven't completed the rest. So a part of this is how are you gonna complete the rest?
I understand that, but if we paid for this in 2018, this same study, why didn't that prove that we're solvent for 20 years and we have to do it eight? So I guess my question is, in 8 years, are you gonna come back and say we gotta do another one of these studies the way that it's 8 years since the last one?
Most municipalities do an asset management every 3 to 5 years to verify that they're on track with what they were supposed to do. A lot of times you can set up this 20-year budget and things happen, unforeseen things, and the next thing you know, our budget isn't enough, we don't have enough funding, and capital improvement is the first thing to get cut. So they just want to make sure that, by doing this, you can show the state of Michigan that you're on top of your budget, you're doing things as you planned, and you're current on all your stuff. And so if you want to apply for Safe Drinking Water Act funds, this kind of incorporates, they want to look at that to see if you're solvent, if you're paying your bills.
And Scott, I'm not trying to be trying to be confrontive. I'm just trying to wonder why, if this is supposed to be valid for 20 years, we just did one in 2018. I'm trying to wonder, don't we keep up with it every year, or we just do it once, close our eyes, and then when something else comes abroad, then we can say, okay, we need another one? Why don't we be proactive and have living documents and keep up with this every year and not let it go delinquent, where we need this study every year or every 3 years, the way that you said other municipalities? And I'm trying to figure this out. If we know that we replaced this water line or this valve, why aren't we keeping a living document on the last study to keep up with it, instead of now we're scrambling to hire somebody else to go back and recapture everything?
So we do have a portion of a living document, which would have been the TMF. So the state did want us to give, every 6 months, give them a technical managerial financial report saying, are we on track with
So
that
in my
study?
last 30 seconds, can you tell me what the difference between this and the TMF is? What's the difference, and how is this going to be better, where we don't have to do this
The TMF was something that the state required us to do under the ACO so they could make sure we were staying on track. The asset management is a municipality's responsibility for themselves to make sure they're staying on track.
But why is this part of the ACO then if it's?
Because we haven't done it, and we haven't done it in a long time. And
Okay. Thank you, Scott.
you're welcome.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Is this Mr. Dungy? Excuse me, Mr. Dungy, I'm trying to have a council meeting. Is this the one where we changed the wording for the city to may instead of shall? Because I think that, is this the particular item that, and I think it was your suggestion, correct, Mr. Pfeiffer? In the ACO where we changed the wording from may to shall?
That I don't know. I'm not sure what you're
I'm
talking about.
pretty sure. Judy, do you recall
I
us
don't
changing?
recall that.
I could have sworn we did. Is there somebody who can speak to that really quickly who might know the answer? I don't think so. I don't think they're up here.
What's your request?
Yeah, we made an edit. You made it, and we agreed to the edit. Oh, yeah. Clerk Donna, excuse me, Madam Chair.
Yep. Ms. Donahue. Clerk.
Didn't
I
we
don't
change some
recall.
wording in that from the city may to the city shall? And I believe it was my colleague in the 8th Ward suggestion.
I don't. I don't think we did any changes to the ACO. No.
I could have sworn that we changed some language.
I'll have to look it up, but keep going. I'll have to look.
All right, this is only the first round.
Yeah. I have to look at my old stuff.
All right, I'll come back in a second. Thank you.
Okay, any other discussion? Go ahead.
Because it's two resolutions regarding this, isn't it? Mr. Dungy, how, I did have a question. I did write something down that I wanted to ask. And I don't know if it's on this. So, this contract is basically, first, how was this company, how were they selected?
We went through the bidding process, the RFP.
You did?
Yes.
Okay. How will the city ensure that this firm delivers a plan that is both compliant and practical for Flint's infrastructure?
Well, we'll be working with them closely. We've had Fleece and Vanderbrink working with the city of Flint since 2016 when we lost our OIC. Also, all of that stuff will be reviewed by Eagle as it's getting done, so I'll have them district engineers verifying that they are achieving what they should do. Mr. Edwards and administration, I will have meetings with them regularly to bring them up to date on every, weekly or bi-weekly on what events have transpired during that time and stuff of that nature.
So you've taken over where Mr. Miller left off and making sure that these projects are on track?
Well, this project was pretty much mine. I've been ran around it. Yes, I worked for Ken, and Ken was my boss, and we
Right.
would work together, and I work with Mr. Edwards until they get somebody else.
Okay. Because I don't know how many of those projects have we completed?
I've never completed one of them. Like I said, the state came in 2016, 2017. They set it up for Arcadis to do it, and they overseen it at that time. I was just a foreman at that time, so I wasn't part of it.
All right. I'll yield.
Is there anyone else? In regards to the question that was previously posed, I'm just going to provide the information right now that that resolution for the administrative consent order passed as presented on April 17th, 2024. It had no changes to it. There was no point one, so it was the original order that was. All right, any other discussion? Okay, so, any other discussion in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round? Any discussion in the second round? And I know that you want time.
I'll
Okay.
kill some time first. So Scott, I didn't vote for the ACO. The questions I have are how,
Here it is. Yeah, I think so.
what happens if we don't do this?
Well, it is on the ACO, so they will mandate it one way or another. I don't know. I mean, they could get to the point where they could penalize us for not following the ACO. But
Again,
but
hold-
again, I
hold
think
the time. We're having Mr. Dungy speaks softly. We're having trouble hearing. Please keep the chatter down to a minimum. Thank you. Go ahead.
But Eagle doesn't really want to find us. They want to work with us, so I'm sure at that point we would probably have some more meetings to sit down to try to discuss this.
But like our water and sewer, I mean, we're in deficits as far as the eye can see. So if they want to work with us, like, do they have any money to help us? Like,
Yeah, I understand.
I mean, they're, and that's why I didn't agree to the ACO, is stuff like this, money that we don't have.
Right.
Like, if the ACO came with 50% reimbursement or something like that to help us out, but to me, how is this going to help the residents of today?
This will better help us understand where we're at financially and budgetary wise with the water plant and the water service center. As far as the residents, I mean, it all affects the residents because they ultimately pay for all of this.
To me, that is a derelict duty of our finance department if we can't credibly look at our accounts and see where we're at. Like, how is it that we need this company to come in and look at our financial solvency of the water department? Like, to me, isn't that the responsibility of the finance department? I mean,
I'm
to
not a
me,
I'm not a finance
I'm
person.
not, like, I can work
But-
an Excel sheet and I can look at numbers, and to me, we should have been running through with our hair on fire a long time ago in these accounts. But now we're gonna spend $136,000 for somebody to come in and say, yeah, you guys should have been in here screaming, hollering 10 years ago. Like, we're already drowned and we know that, and now we're going to pay for somebody to say, oh, you need a life preserver. To me, that doesn't make sense.
Right. But you have to assess it eventually at some point in time to see exactly
No,
where you're at.
I'm not saying we don't have to assess it. Why isn't this something a report that can be done internally where we don't have to spend $136,000 that we do not have?
We don't have that specialized personnel staff.
To
with the
look at
city.
finances?
This, I think personally, the water and
Can
sewer
you
is a little bit more intricate
So
than just
can
looking
you
at.
send me, maybe I'm ignorant to what this is. Can you send me the 2018 report so I can
Yes.
see what that is?
Yes.
To get a better grasp of what we're asking them to determine whether or not, with your help in finance, we can't come to something because I know this is part of the ACO, but it doesn't say we can't do that report internally.
Right.
Correct?
Right. Correct.
So can you send me the 2018 report? Let me educate myself to see if I think that it's something that we should be able to handle from just my own perception of people's abilities.
Sure.
And then I'll go from there. I'll be ecstatic if I can get that report before Monday,
It'll happen.
and then we'll go from there. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you.
Can I say one thing too?
Yeah.
When they developed that asset management in 2018, a part of it was revenue driven too. So we were in financial distress at that time too. So a lot of this
Nothing has changed.
I know, and a lot of that, but a lot of things have changed. You know, at that time,
so
we had a bunch of bad meters. The Water Service Center changed
We changed
all of
them
the
all
meters
out.
out. So now they're getting accurate readings on meters. So a lot of things have changed.
So,
you know,
I know I yielded, but
Yeah.
I'll be quick.
I don't have
Fundamentally,
time.
what is going to be different on this report versus the 28 report? Can you also shoot me a little summary or shoot it to the clerk so she can share it to everybody? What substantially is going to be different from the 2018 report versus this report we're asking to
Okay, that's.
approve?
I'm
Thank
gonna-
you.
I'm gonna, because we don't know how much time was left on that. Okay. All right. Is there any other discussion in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, Mrs. Dungy. How are you this evening?
good. And
Good.
yourself?
So here's my question. With Fleece and Vanderblink, is their contract about to end?
It's kind of rolling. I'm trying to get it terminated, but it's hard to keep staff. So I took over the OIC, but they are now also covering the lab. I had 2 lab techs in there. 1 lab tech just left. We're in the process of rehiring another lab tech and
Hold on, I
water-
can't hear you.
and a lab
Can-
supervisor. Once I get fully staffed, I can give them a notice, 120-day notice to leave. But that I am working on.
I couldn't hear you. Can you, I heard you say you took over the licensing.
It's an ongoing contract. They've been with us since
Right.
2016. The first thing I was able to do is get the state license to be the operator in charge. So
Right.
we relinquished them of that duty. But in the meantime, the lab staff left, all of it. So they started covering the lab. I've replaced 2 lab techs, 1 just left, but we've reposted. So as soon as I can get the lab fully staffed,
Did
I
Jeanette
will give
Best
them 100
retire?
Pardon me?
Is Jeanette Best still with us?
As far as I know, she is.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay. So what this report we're asking, this was in the water, the Arcadis report. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so why are we duplicating what they already said to do?
Because that's 8 years old.
Okay, so what's changed from 8 years old to now?
$170 million worth of investment in this town.
So the spreadsheets that we receive, shouldn't we just deduct those off? Does it cost $136,000 just to remove those off? You have a very nice spreadsheet, by the way.
Thank you. Well, a part of it is to do the full assessment, rate all your stuff, and look at your capital improvement, you know, and figure out what it's gonna cost to, you know, to save for that capital improvement. So it's looking to the future too. I mean, we fixed a lot, but there's still a lot that needs to be fixed. How are we gonna come up with that money? That's what they wanna see.
And that's why I did not approve the administrative consent order. And I thought we needed more time and discussion on that. And also, and I read it, and also the water optimization plan, the Arcadis report. And so this duplicating the same things. Where are we at? Do you guys have a DPW yet? A DPW director?
We have a deputy director that we just hired. He
Oh,
started,
who are they?
Marwan, I can't pronounce his last name. I just met
Can
him
you
the other day.
can you spell it?
No, I don't have it with me. I'm sorry, I don't have it with me, so I don't want to misspell it.
Oh, okay. So does he carry licensing? Because you have some.
He has a D2, and he's an engineer, I want to say. He's the deputy DPW director.
He's a deputy. Does he do engineering?
Pardon me?
Does he do engineering?
No, he wasn't hired for that. He was hired.
Oh, he's going to be
he was
hired.
to oversee the water plant
Where did he come from?
and water pollution control.
Okay.
Detroit.
Okay.
DWS.
That's my time.
Thank you. Any other person in the second round?
I want my clock to stay stuck at 2:18.
Anyone else in the second round? I'm going to take a few minutes. So I know that Mr. Pfeiffer is interested why our finance department can't do the study to determine rates. Mr. Moore? Oh, because they don't have time. Yeah. Okay, well, I will go ahead and yield my time and just go ahead and call for the vote to send 250198 to council. I can get this opened.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat? Yes. Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
The vote is 4 yes, 3 no.
Madam
The
Chair,
vote is 4 yes, 3 no. Yes.
motion to send to Special Affairs.
There's a motion on the floor to send 250198 to Special Affairs. Is there support? I'll support that. This is the vote to send 250198 to Special Affairs.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
No.
The vote is 6 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 1 no. That will go to Special Affairs. Our next separation is 250218, Prevailing Wage Standards, City-Funded Construction Project. I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to send to council.
There's a motion on the floor from the councilwoman in the 7th Ward to send to council. Is there any support? I'll support that. Any discussion?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm a no on this because to me, this shouldn't come in front of us as a resolution. This should be to change the purchasing ordinance so that everyone is notified of this, because this right here doesn't say that we're going to notify anyone in the RFPs or put any of that in the purchase agreement or the purchase ordinance. So to me, this puts preferential treatment on preferred contractors, and it actually is going to cost the city more money that we do not have. As the purchasing director stood before us and said that this council chambers was done by a non-union contractor and they did a good job, so why do we need to pay union rates for someone to mow lawns or any other thing in the city? To me, and I am 100% pro-union, but we are putting disadvantaged contractors that do similarly quality of work at a huge disadvantage because we're disqualifying them to do work. So, to me, this gives preferential treatment to an outside of the city union contractor versus a city-based local contractor that may be non-union. So, I'm a no on this, and I'm a hard no. Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I have also stated, and it seemed like this came back. I thought we had voted this down. Yeah, I thought it had been voted down. I will not support this. I know that it's difficult for minority contractors to get into business, making sure to get the proper insurance, to even do jobs. And so, again, I am a no on this. I yield the floor.
Thank you. Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
And to Mr. Pfeiffer's point, I know you missed the last meeting, but this was the one I was talking about where you had some specific wording that you asked to have changed. And so if you look in the be it resolved section, the language was changed. It said, therefore, it is resolved that to stabilize the local workforce and enhance the community, the city of Flint shall preferentially award construction contracts to successful bidders to the extent provided by law that pay their subcontractors and construction mechanics no less than the prevailing wage rates and fringe benefits on city projects. And I know the words there were originally may, and you did say that if it was changed to shall, that you could support this. So I just wanted to remind you of that and show you that because that was your suggestion, the language was changed. Madam Chair?
Yes.
I yield.
Okay. Is there anyone else in the first round?
Madam.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So,
Again, I'm hearing a lot of noise coming back from the back. Please, we are having extreme difficulty tonight in hearing. Go ahead.
so we had individuals here to speak on this, and we did not give them the opportunity to speak on this. It was a group of union workers that were here, and they came to the lectern to voice their support, and then they were here waiting to speak and to engage with council, but unfortunately, quorum was broken and they were not able to do that. So no, don't do that. I'm bringing you to order. Stop. You know better. So, moving forward, it's important that we consider this because this is to establish, like it states, a prevailing wage to make sure that people that are local are getting a fair and just wage when they do local work. I don't see a downside to this, making sure that people get an honest wage for an honest day's work. And so I like to encourage my colleagues to, think about the union. This is a union town, and we have union people watching. They have union people supporting this. They have union people coming to this meeting. And so us telling them that we're not for the prevailing wage is telling them that we are not for union. So we gotta really consider what we're saying. And also make sure that we have a clear understanding of what's happening, because it seems like that we do not. When they came to the lectern again, they stated that this is for exclusively to ensure that they are providing equal wage for the local workforce. It sounds like a win. So I'm just still waiting to hear. Maybe I've missed it, and I will like to encourage my colleagues to please bring it home so I can have an understanding of why that specifically is not good for this city. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round? And this resolution was brought back, by the way, in June. Any discussion in the second round? Go ahead.
At no point did I say that nobody should get a living wage. To me, this is a whole of city budget amendment through you, Madam Chair, to the CFO.
Mr. Moore?
Mr. Moore, while you're walking up here, have we looked at the dollars of what, if this passes, what additional dollars this will cost the city? Because we give contracts out to non-union people all the time. So have we looked at what this will cost the city?
I'm not aware of any studies.
Okay, thank you, sir. I appreciate you. Thank you. So, where's the budget amendment that, if we pass this, that every dollar that we spend is now going to be escalated? So, are the roofing contractors that just got put through, are they prevailing wage? Because are the lead-based contractors that are going to do all these replacements, are they prevailing wage? Where's the budget amendment to now we gotta give all these contractors more money? And now we gotta relook at the budget. And I think that, to me, this is before us for a specific reason. And it's to preferably give a contract to a higher bidder. So, and at no point in this does it say we're going to notify the bidders, that we are going to re-look at and put this on any of the RFPs, that's saying, you may be the low bidder, but if you don't provide prevailing wage, you're not gonna get the job. We're not gonna put that on the RFPs, we're not gonna redo the purchasing ordinance. So that's why I am a definite no on this. To me, there's a reason that this is before us. We functioned as a union town for how many? For a century without this. And now all of a sudden, we get this before us and it's detrimental to living wages in the city when we don't even hardly hire anyone in the city. So I'm a no.
Is there anyone else in the second round? Is there anyone else in the second round?
Madam
Go ahead.
Chair, thank you.
Go ahead.
So with that being said, I would like to send this to Special Affairs, and the reason why is so we can have the union people come and have them tell us exactly, from their epistemology what they think. Because I hear what we're saying, but I also would like to hear from the people that are actively in the field, because it's easy to clap, but I want to hear directly from the people that will be engaging in this. And so I will ask, is there anyone here, Madam Chair?
There's a motion on the floor to send.
No, it's not. I'm still talking. So I would like to know, is it anyone here from administration that can speak to this?
I know Lauren had been here before, and she's not here now. Is there anyone who can speak on this resolution? I don't see one. Lauren was here one day to speak on it, and we lost quorum.
Okay, all right. So I would like to afford.
What's your request?
Are you aware that Lauren spoke against this and we didn't break quorum, we voted it down?
She was here in another opportunity. Go ahead.
Thank you. So, if possible, could we leave this? I would like to put a motion on the floor to leave this, and
Go ahead.
thank you. I would like to put a motion on the floor to leave this in special affairs, to take it to special affairs, so we can give the union representatives an opportunity to come speak on this, so we can hear the other's perspective that we're lacking. That way, we have a fair stance. We hear from Lauren. We hear from the people in the community.
Request for information.
What's your request?
So the first time it was Lauren, the second time Seamus is who came and spoke about this, and then he also showed that there was the change in the language that Councilman Pfeiffer requested.
I didn't.
Can you repeat what you said? Yeah, because you did
Well, there was no other way to give her the other name.
She said the first time Lauren had spoken on it, and then Seamus came and spoke on it.
Okay.
And they made the changes that are in this resolution.
Okay, and so who requested these changes through you to the councilwoman in the 7th Ward?
Yeah,
it was Councilman Pfeiffer, because the original wording said may, and he wanted it to say shall.
Okay, so he said no. That's not true.
It happened.
Okay, so
Point
with
of
all
order.
that being said,
was that a point of order?
Yes.
Yes.
Madam Chair, where are we? Are we in discussion? Because there
We're
was
in
a motion,
discussion, second
but there was a
round.
motion to send it to
It has
Special
not-
Affairs
I
twice.
asked her if there was a motion.
No,
She
that's
has not made the
that was
motion
the
yet.
first time when she corrected
She
you.
has not made the
She did it
motion
a
yet.
second time. She said, "I want to send this to Special Affairs and continue discussion." So I'm trying to understand where we are.
I
Are
have
we in
not asked-
discussion or are we at the motion?
We're still in discussion of the second round. She has 27 seconds.
Thank you. And so, in order to be fair and to hear all perspectives, I think it'd be a great idea if we push this to special affairs so we can hear from all parties and so we can just have a flat out answer.
Is that a motion?
And so, with that being said, I would like to put a motion on the floor to send this resolution to special affairs for more discussion.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to send resolution 250218 to special affairs. Is there support? It's been supported by the councilwoman of the 7th Ward. This is the vote to send to special affairs.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Mr. Jarrett?
No.
Dr. Lewis? Yes. Ms.
Yes.
Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
The vote is 3 yes, 4 no.
The vote is 3 yes, 4 no. We're back to the original question. Is there any other discussion in the second round? Any other discussion in the second round? Okay, this is the vote to send 250218 to council.
Mr. Jarrett?
No.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
The vote is 3 yes, 4 no.
The vote is 3 yes, 4 no. That motion fails. We're going on to the next resolution, which is 250220, settlement, Barton versus Neely. I'll entertain a motion. There's a motion on the floor by the councilwoman in the 7th Ward to send to council. Is there support? Is there support? I'll support that. There we go. Is there any discussion? Go ahead.
So this is the resolution where former fire chief Raymond Barton was terminated. I did not go back into executive session specifically because I don't think everything should be talked about behind doors when this affected people's very real lives. This is the Pulaski Street fire. This is where 2 little boys lost their lives, and that a mother and father had to grieve and bury their 2 little boys. We had a hearing on this. We didn't get all 5. We had 5 votes. It should have been all 9. We did not. I know that with this, it was during, I believe, an election time, and information was suppressed. Former Fire Chief Barton was told basically to, or it is alleged to take responsibility. He declined. As information came out, I believe they said it would be a political suicide. He was asking $10 million. He's settling for $225,000. A big difference. I didn't go in the back so that I could speak about it. I think that as elected officials, we have a responsibility to not cover up issues like this. This affected children. This affected a family. This mother is now suing, and I believe she's working towards the settlement stage to where she's suing for $50 million. I don't know how you put a price on something that people were negligent. I read the reports, and they stated that if the firefighters had went into that room, that they wouldn't have missed the little boys. A second rig, the first rig didn't find them. A second fire rig found them. They were airlifted I believe, to Children's Hospital, and this was preventable. This mother was then said in the news and by even some of our colleagues that she didn't have smoke detectors. Where was the father? I mean, they put it back on the mother and the parents. Electrical fires burn quicker than any other fire, and a house can burn down in a very short amount of time because it travels along the wires, and then those walls can be insulation. And we don't know what type, because in Michigan, a lot of our homes are older. The insulation could be old Flint Journal newspaper. It could be old clothing. But what I do know is that dealing with this with Mayor Neely, he shouldn't have interfered. These two officers, if it was a mistake or whatever, the mayor shouldn't have interfered. He should have let the story be told so that the community and other officers could have learned from this. He shouldn't have interfered. This is a lawsuit that sued him and said he didn't qualify for it's a qualified immunity. He didn't do deposition. He refused to do it. Or I'm not saying refused to do it. He kind of escaped it. He was always busy. And so the city of Flint shouldn't be bearing this responsibility. It should actually be him. This was his election year, and he decided to put them, they on paid leave. That wasn't the recommendation of the fire chief. What the fire chief recommended was to terminate them. The mayor overrode the fire chief. The mayor overrode the person who had fire safety training, 1, 2, 3, commander's training, all of that. He overrode them and kept them. They did, was it 8 hours or 6 hours of that little video training? And they continued to hide the fact of what happened. And now we have a lawsuit that we're responsible for. I remember when Councilman Mays was sued, the mayor made it a point of saying he was going to make sure Councilman Mays paid for this out of his money. And he was going to make sure he took it out his check. This same thing should happen with the mayor with this. 2 little boys lost their lives, and he shouldn't have intervened. I don't know what's going on with our time, Madam Clerk.
Yeah, she's weird.
And
I
so,
had to move the laptop and it messed up, so I'm not sure, but I'm just gonna put it 2.5, if that's okay?
okay.
About halfway, okay, thank you.
Thank you. And so, what did Flint learn from this? It taught people to lie. It taught people to cover up. It taught to not take those parents' pain seriously. That second rig had to carry those little boys out. We had the fire chief fired, then we had the deputy fire chief. She was told she would be terminated. And she ended up saying, hey, check my contract, because they were going to demote her down. So we lost 2 people with talent and skill, which talent and skill is hard to keep here in Flint. I remember people set up at the corner of Pearson Road with the family and their attorneys and listened and watched the mother wear the T-shirts, and she sat over here in our corner with her T-shirt on and cried. She couldn't even, when she came to the podium, she couldn't even get her children's names out. And then we're given a settlement for something that should have never happened. They should have been fired, terminated. He overrode the fire chief's decision. There was a cover-up. This, to me, is one of the most egregious acts by one of the highest position in the city, which is that of the mayor. What do you tell children? And 2 lost their lives. I don't think any amount, I'm shocked at $225,000. is being given, but maybe Fire Chief Barton just wants to get it done with. This man, it went to wreck his career, questioned his credentials. It questioned what he had already retired from the city of Flint. It split his department in two, into black and white, because little boys were black. This divided our city. It divided the Flint Fire Department staff, all for a cover-up. I won't be supporting this. I don't know if my colleagues will, because I think that in these children's memory, that someone has to say what's correct. I
Thank
yield
you.
the floor.
Any other discussion in the first round?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I'm sitting here and I'm reading this resolution, and it says that Barton has accepted the City of Flint's settlement offer pending City Council approval. Now, and then I noticed that the resolution has not been signed.
Mm-hmm.
This resolution has not been signed, okay? That's kind of sketchy to me. Yeah, by no one, not signed. But I cannot believe that former Chief Barton is settling for $225,000 after initially suing for $10 million. I can't believe that. And I'm not going to believe it because I'm not going to vote for this. I need answers. I need to know, why would he settle for this amount? This messed up his career. He was fired because he wouldn't cover up. He wouldn't cover up for the mayor. Now, something is not right with this. And I didn't go into executive session. I don't think I was even at the meeting on that particular day. But I will not be supporting this resolution. I won't be supporting it at all. I need answers. So, it's kind of shady to me. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Ms. Winfrey Carter, those are my questions as well, and I just talked to the city attorney, and I'm like, would it be improper to bring Chief Barton in here and before us and answer questions?
Yeah.
And he seems to think it would be improper, and I'm like, well, can I call him? And again, he's thinking that that's improper, and I have to take his word at that. But I do have questions, like,
Yeah, I have questions.
because to me, this isn't even his lost wages.
Yeah, it's not.
So how is, and I have questions to Ms. Burns's point is, okay, to my knowledge, in the court hearings that I've watched, Neely lost his immunity on this, and that's why it's going forward. So, if he lost his immunity on this, why isn't it coming out of his paycheck, to her point, like it was Mr. Mays? So I have serious questions I want to ask Chief Barton. I want to know why isn't this coming out of the mayor's budget and out of the suits and settlement? This should come out of the mayor's budget. It should come out of his paycheck. It should be garnished the way Mays was. I mean, I think Mays was garnished $25,000. So why, or maybe it could have been more, but that's to my knowledge or my memory. So why isn't this being handled the same way? To your point, I think this is a huge cover-up, and if we just pay it and settle it and push it under the rug, what are the learnings? And to your point, I don't think there are any learnings. So I don't know if I'm going to support this today. I want to hear from our city attorney on the questions. And Mr. Cups, if you can just get the questions I asked you, just get confirmation from her. Even though I see where you're coming from, if we can just confirm that through her, that he can't come before us, or I can't call him to get some answers. If you'd like, just put that bug in your ear if you could.
I will confirm that with the city attorney.
But I 100% agree. We're not agree necessarily, but understand where your thought process is. I do. Because it is, to me, this is unprecedented. I don't know that. Is this the first time a mayor has been sued in the city of Flint where their immunity has been stripped and we have wanted to settle on a wrongful termination suit?
Just an initial note, I'm somewhat limited as to what I can address about this case in open session. I would note that it was discussed in closed session. The other thing I would note, too, I just want to make clear, is that this matter went to facilitation, where a representative from the city was present, the facilitator, as well as former Fire Chief Mr. Barton and his attorney. And this amount that's before you was agreed to by all parties, including Mr. Barton, and I'm assuming in consultation with his attorney at that facilitation.
Okay. Well, I understand that. But people make decisions under distress, too. And to me, based on the wrongs that were the wrongs that Chief Barton went through, to me, this settlement is it's not even below par. It's like his reputation was tarnished. He lost wages, and to me, this is low by any step. And I know I'm a fiduciary from the city, but we also have to make sure that we operate within the law, and it's obvious that we didn't. I know this says that we are not assuming no liability. Well, if we're assuming no liability, then why are we paying anything?
Thank you. Any other discussion in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round? I'm going to take a few seconds on this, and based on what we heard in closed session, and that it is a settlement agreement, who am I to go against what all parties agreed to? I'm not a negotiator. It's not my job to negotiate. If this is what the agreement was, this is what the agreement is. And it's clear in this resolution, it says settlement agreement. And our city attorney did say that all parties agreed to this sum. I think it's an absolute tragedy that the children died. I don't care whose fault it is, it's an absolute tragedy. And I feel for the parents. But I also know it's in the courts, and I'm keeping my nose out of it because it's in the courts, and I have no business being involved. I wasn't a party to this at all. I'm not in the fire department. I'm not an attorney. My nose needs to stay out of it and let the courts and work its way through. And if it comes to us with a settlement, then If it's a settlement and all parties agree, I will approve that. So I don't know what the desire is of my colleagues. The fact is that all parties agreed. And that's where I stand. And I'm in the middle of a lawsuit myself, suing on an auto accident. And so if we come to an agreement, we come to an agreement, and I expect everybody to abide to it. If I end up less money than I wanted, so be it. That's my decision. And that's Mr. Barton's decision. Any discussion in the second round? Go ahead.
Due to Attorney Cups, so if an employee loses their immunity, and is there a reason why are we paying for this?
And again, I'm very limited as to what I can discuss in open session without violating attorney-client privilege. I would just note that I fundamentally, respectfully disagree with some of the legal assertions that have been made this evening.
Okay, so which legal assertions do you disagree with?
Regarding the immunity issue.
Okay, so, it went all the way, was it in the Michigan Court of Appeals where the qualified immunity, the judge did state that he was not given qualified immunity, I believe, and that was public. It was in the news. And so if he's not given qualified immunity, the mayor was never questioned or deposed on the record. Am I correct with that? That's general. That was actually in the news article.
Well, this case is being handled by outside counsel, so I don't have.
Oh, okay. Is
all
it Clark
of the,
Hill? Is it Clark?
No, the Williams firm. Kendall
Okay.
Williams.
Okay.
And I would also, just one point of clarification, it went to the United States Court of Appeals for the Sixth Circuit.
Okay. Thank you for that. I yield the floor.
Any other discussion in the second round? Any other discussion in the second round? Okay, this.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. All right, so just wanted to just comment briefly on this resolution regarding the acceptance of this. I know that I have a professional degree, and it's not a legal degree, and it is not my job to serve as a lawyer for this body. And so it is important, when we come across resolutions of this nature that discuss a settlement that has been agreed upon by all parties, for us to insert ourselves as if we are their counsel and to operate as their counsel. Their counsel have spoke, and their counsel said that they want $225,000 for their clients. And so seeing that they want $225,000 for their client, it's important for us to either vote it up or vote it down. But if you vote it down, the same person who we're saying that we care so much for, we're messing with his bag. This is his money that he settled for. We can giggle, but I trust we can giggle. But the fact is, this is the money that he agreed upon, and this is the money that we should give him. There's no need to bring him before us. If we wanted to talk to Barton, many of us could have got his number and had the discussion when we come to work. When we had the closed session, we could have asked all the questions that we desired, but when we opt out of the closed session, we opt out of that process. And so what I don't want to do, I don't want to hold up this gentleman's money or even discuss this even further. Because if it was okay to discuss in open session, we wouldn't have to go back in closed session. But what can be discussed is that his parties, the city's party, came to the conclusion to pay him $225,000. And that is exactly what they're looking for this body to either vote it up or vote it down. Through you, Madam Chair, to the attorney. What if we don't vote this up, now what?
If it's not approved at this point, frankly, it's unprecedented, but I'm assuming that it would continue to go through the litigation process and the city would continue to pay the law firm representing it additional attorney fees beyond what's already been expended.
Okay, so we continue to incur more fees for no reason when they ask for us to settle. So this will be very improper and very, I can't even think of the right word off the top, but this would be very irresponsible for us to pursue this any further when they said what they wanted. So I will vote in favor of this, but this council is known to do unprecedented things, hence the violation of charter.
Any other discussion in the second round? Any other discussion in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think that we have somewhere in some of our comments lost focus on what we're supposed to be voting on right now. And the reason I want to bring the focus back is because when we get off into all of the other stuff, it feels like pandering and it feels insensitive because there is a family going through an unimaginable pain. And they have their own case in the courts happening right now. And so because they've already taken what's happened to them and they're in court with that right now, and that is not what's in front of us, I don't want us to exploit what they're going through and what that feels like and how painful that is for a family. Speaking from someone who came from a family who experienced an exact same tragedy. It's not fair to the family to use what happened to them as pot shots at the mayor. That's not okay.
Request for
It's not okay.
Request for information.
Somebody's cheering right now because Judy moved, so it's either you or I.
Yeah, okay, so it's me. So, are you the council person who Council Burns spoke about, who said that they said the family should have got a smoke detector?
No, she didn't say it was me. Absolutely not. I've had no conversations with Councilwoman Burns. No.
Oh, okay, thank you, go ahead.
That was super random. Okay, so, but back to what I'm saying, what's in front of us now is, and again, when we talk about former fire chief, Chief Barton, there is no doubt that that man had an excellent career and deserves respect. But when we start throwing out what could be misconstrued as, or you know what, when we start throwing out blatant conspiracy theories of how do we go from 10 million to this, and then act as though his counsel is leading him in the wrong direction, obviously somewhere within that trial or within the court or whatever happened, attorneys came to an agreement. And I think that I agree in line with my colleague in the second ward of we are prolonging a settlement that he agreed to. We are prolonging and using city dollars to grandstand on something that this person agreed to. I don't think that when we start talking about how do you go from 10 million to this and all of this other stuff that gets thrown out there, it was a decision that he made with his attorneys. And we went into executive session. Our attorneys advised us on the decision that was made amongst legal parties. And so we can't sit here on this floor and start debating legalities when the only thing in front of us today is yes or no to a settlement that he agreed to. Let's not waste any further city resources arguing, pandering, grandstanding when it's already an agreement in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Is anyone here from HR? Nobody? I don't think. So I want to go back to the learnings and what have we learned from this? What processes and procedures, Mr. City Attorney, have we put in place to, if Mr. Edwards refuses to lie for the mayor and he fires Mr. Edwards, what can we put in process so that this doesn't happen again?
And again, I don't have an answer for that. I'm not the attorney who's been working on this
Well,
file. So I
just
don't-
in generalities, right? So what can we do to put in process or in place so that this doesn't happen again?
And again, that's not something I can answer today. I haven't been working on this file. I don't have the information.
I mean, no offense, Mr. Attorney, 2 minutes ago, you just said that you don't want to talk about it because you don't want to put client and attorney privilege, but, so you don't know about the file, or you do?
I'm asking, please do not yell out. I'm asking you to please be quiet. Go ahead, go ahead.
I'm just want to make sure that we learn from this and we don't have another instance of this happening with this mayor, another mayor, or any other, like, at some point, because I know that over the years, we have settled a lot of wrongful termination suits. And they seem to keep coming back, but we don't change our process to make sure that we're doing stuff legit. So I'm asking, and these are appointed people that serve at the pleasure of the mayor. So what can we put in place to make sure that this does not happen again?
And again, I don't have that information sitting here today. I don't have that detailed level of knowledge about this case.
Okay.
It's my understanding that the proposed settlement agreement and release does contain a no admission of liability.
If it contains a no admission of liability, why are we here with the $225,000? If we didn't do anything wrong.
And again, we're continuing to inch closer to closed session, Terry.
I'm not, like, this is clearly, like, if we're paying, if the city is paying money to me and everyone else, if the city is paying money, then common knowledge is probably the city is at fault. Otherwise, why would the city be paying money? That's just
Request for information.
general knowledge.
I'm just wondering, is this the first time that a resolution has been put before this body, and specifically to you, Mr. Pfeiffer, where there was a settlement that you didn't believe that we should have taken, but you still may have voted yes on? Even if we weren't admitting guilt.
Every one of those is from employees that were fired from people who are no longer here in the previous administration, so we had no recourse. So I'm trying to figure out, what can we do to stop this from going forward in the next time? And there's no answer to that, so I yield.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Any other discussion in the second round? I'll take my time. So your question, Mr. Pfeiffer, has been, what can we learn? What have we learned? All of our other settlements have been with people who were fired or continued to be employed under previous administrations. So what can you learn from a one instance? How can you fix that? Was it a justified? I don't know what the reason under firing was. I don't know. We just know the lawsuit. And so this is what's before us. This is what we can do. In HR, hopefully, maybe they've tightened up some of their policies. I don't know. This is the only case where this is an issue. It's hard to learn from one case when it's a single issue and it's an appointed position and not a regular employee. And an appointed position is an at-will employee. So, well, that's, your question was, what did we learn? And I'm just trying to point that out, that there's this different situation. So anyways, I'm yielding my time. This is the vote to send 250220 to council.
Dr. Lewis.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat? Yes. Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett?
No.
The vote is 3 yes, 4 no.
The vote is 3 yes, 4 no, or 3 yes, 4 no, that fails. Going on. Next resolution I have separated is 250223, grant acceptance, financial recovery, technical assistance, CS Mott Foundation. What is the pleasure of the body? Go ahead.
Like to send it to council?
Motion on the floor from the councilwoman in the second ward to send to council. Is there support? It's been supported by the councilwoman in the seventh ward. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
is there someone that can speak to this resolution?
Is there some, Mr. Moore, you're moving, come on up.
Good evening, sir. Can you share with me, because I was trying to read through the resolution and the attached documents to find out exactly what are we allowed to use this funding for?
It's mostly used for the hiring of staff, in particular in the business and community services.
Which services?
Business and community services.
What does that look like?
That would be our economic development arm for the city. We have people there. There are a couple other departments that have positions, but it's mostly in the business and community services.
So does this support primarily payroll, or does it support all programming?
It's mostly payroll.
Mostly payroll. So payroll-related services, or just, you know, we take all payroll for that economic development group out of this fund sort of exclusively and free it up somewhere else?
That's correct.
Okay. And you said primarily, I believe.
Right.
Is there, what discretion do we have around this fund?
When the grant was applied for, we gave an outline of what we were planning to spend the money for.
Okay, question. I don't see that in here. I see it, and that's what I'm saying. This resolution references the approval of the grant request, but I don't see what that request was specified for. So I then now will go to this question. And I don't know if you were here earlier, but when the gentleman was up, the officer was up around the training.
Correct.
And I said at that time, I'm going to ask the question about if this fund can be used to provide that type of training, because it just talks about technical assistance. So I'm trying to understand the range that
would be
technical
outside the scope
assistance
of
can
this
cover.
particular grant. However, the concept that you mentioned was a good one, and I did have a conversation with the person that applied for the grant after you made that comment, and that might be something that we should explore. We might want to apply for a grant just for the training that you mentioned.
So, but just so I'm clear here now, am I to understand that this particular grant would not allow for that training?
That's correct.
Okay. And this, are we able, between now and the next time this comes before us, maybe on Monday,
Okay.
are we able to get the scope of work from the application so we can see what it was requested for from the grant RFP, our proposal?
I can talk to the fellow that wrote the grant and see what I can find. I don't have that
Okay.
document myself.
Is it possible we can get a copy of what we actually submitted that's referenced in this document? I would appreciate that.
I'll make the request.
Thank you. I yield.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So specifically, you or someone submitted a budget for $1.4 million and we got 750.
Right.
So I would like a copy of that budget and obviously scaled down for the 750 we got.
Right, right.
Because I'm not going to vote on this until I know what the dollars are going to be used for. Even though I appreciate the Mott Foundation giving us money, but there's a checks and balances in this system for a reason. I want to know how the dollars are going to be used, because this specifically states that we are doing a budget amendment, and we're also allowing for the appropriation to whatever they want to use it for. I want to know what we're approving.
Okay.
I'm not going to do anything blind anymore. Apparently, we got burned on that by spending ARPA dollars for the senior service fund or the senior centers when we didn't know that that was going to be what the dollars were going to be used for. So I want to know exactly what positions, and are these going to supplement existing employees, or are we going to hire new employees?
I believe it just for the existing employees.
So this is not going to increase our full-time head count?
That's correct.
Okay, make sure that whatever you submit says that as well, please.
Request for information.
What's your request?
Through you to the speaker, do you know the FTE for the Economic Development Group and what their wages might be? Because this has to be expended by June 26th.
Of 26.
Of 26, yeah.
Yeah, so 9 months, right?
Yeah. Do you know what the FTE in that department is?
I do not.
If they'll spend $750?
Can you also?
It was
Well,
in the budget.
So this is going to say, can you also give us a roundabout of, so if we're going to put this into the general fund to cover these full-time expenses, we already have that covered in the budget, so now what are those dollars going to be used for? Right, so if we're doing a budget amendment to add 750 to the account to cover those, what, is there going to be another budget amendment to take those dollars out and use somewhere else?
When we prepared the budget, we were pretty certain that we were going to receive this grant. So we was, I don't think you're going to see that we're going to be making any cuts like that.
So you're saying that the budget that was approved, this account,
well,
or
not the
this
one that-
department is 750 in the negative?
Well, that department won't be in the negative. That you're talking about the fund, not the department. But yes.
I guess I'm a little confused, Mr. Moore.
This isn't a separate. It'd be coming out. The funds that would be spent would be otherwise be coming out of the general fund.
No, I get that.
Okay.
And then this is going into the general fund as well.
Mr. Pfeiffer, I think I know where you're going from and where he's trying to go.
Okay, yeah, if you could
Okay,
bridge it.
so in the budget that we approved, that money for this grant was already taken out of general fund. So there would not be a budget transfer from general fund because that money's not there.
I know, so what I'm saying is.
So it's going to be a grant fund and not in general fund at all.
So my question to you is, I hear that. So what you're saying is we underfunded that by 750?
Probably, yes,
Yes.
because, yeah, that's.
Yeah.
Can you give me the account number or that department and the full-time employees in that department? Because I don't think we underfunded any department by $750,000.
I don't. I don't think that's the way you word that. I don't think I can do that, but I can get you some numbers that I think will show you what you're looking for.
I'm gonna.
I'll let him
yeah.
yield, I'll let him finish.
So what would happen if we didn't get this account? If we didn't get this 750, we have to lay people off?
If you remember the budget that we had a gap between the revenues and the expenditures. And we didn't include any revenue for this grant, but we did have a gap there.
I can't understand him.
That was the big issue during the budget negotiations. And this would have been part of that, this will fill that part of that gap that we were talking about during the budget process.
I get that we had a revenue gap.
Right.
But the expenditures were still covered.
The revenues.
We had the
We
expenditures
did not
covered.
include any money in the budget for this
Thank
piece of the
you.
revenue because we didn't have it. But
Any other, that's all right, I'm gonna work on that one. Is there any other discussion in the second round?
Oh, we're in the second round?
First round, so sorry, first round.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Thank you. So the total amount for staffing was the 1.4 million, correct?
Right.
And then the 750 of the 1.4 is what MOD's going to cover. So they're going to cover
That's correct.
750, right?
Right.
And then, if I'm understanding, the grant runs from July 1st of this year through June 30th of next year.
That's correct.
So that it can be backdated then, right?
Yes.
For like the expenses, starting from July 1 of this year to June 30th of next year. I just want to make sure,
Here's Seamus.
can he approach, please, and thank you.
Yep, go ahead, Seamus.
I was just asking Mr. Moore if I understood correctly that the total amount for all staffing is the 1.4 million, but the 750 is what MOD is going to cover, and that this grant runs from July 1st of this year, 25, to June 30th of 26, and so expenses can be backdated, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. And
Okay.
sorry, I was dealing with a bit of a family emergency there. But yes, we have received this type of grant from CSMOT. I think this is the third inception of this grant. All the positions there are grant-funded positions.
Okay.
So this offsets some of the costs related to those grant-funded positions. So for instance, in the Department of Business and Community Services, we have a deputy director. This will pay, I think, about 40% of their salary. That's just one example of what it's going to be used towards.
But it's all, obviously, all staff funding. And we're still in the first round, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'll yield to the second round because I think you've answered my questions. Thank
Any
you.
other discussion?
Yes,
Go ahead,
Madam
Mr.
Chair.
Carter.
Can we have a list of the staff that will be funded under this grant?
Sure.
And I think you can send it to Davina, and she can make sure that each council member gets that information.
Sure.
And also, I believe that it was asked that we get the information of the initial grant application as far as what this, what these funds are gonna be earmarked for.
Which is the people
Yeah.
you just talked about. Yeah,
so-
sure. Yeah.
So,
yeah.
yeah, so if we could get a list of those individuals who are gonna be funded under this grant,
Certainly.
that would be appreciated.
Are you done?
I'm done, I'll
Okay.
yield.
Any other discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Seamus, I hope I don't get another complaint. I need to ask a question, though. So, can you exactly tell us what positions this is covering and the titles that are in this for this? Can you put that in there too, just to kind of expand on what Councilwoman Winfrey Carter was asking? So the number of positions and what it is that they do. You know, what is their title? If you could do that to the city clerk, I would greatly appreciate it. Is this to go to, is it going to special affairs, or are we just sending it straight through?
We haven't
Yeah, okay.
Council.
It's to send it to council, okay. If we can have this by Monday to the clerk, so that we'll be able to have time to read it over the weekend. Are there any new positions, or this is already existing?
Existing positions, I think they're all currently filled too. It's been a minute since I looked at it, but yeah, I think they're all currently filled.
Did you say, was it planning?
Yeah, so there's business and business and community services department. I think there's a zoning coordinator is paid a certain FTE. The deputy director of.
No, we don't have a deputy director. She's over at the
Tyler
now.
Bailey.
She quit,
Tyler
didn't
Bailey.
she?
Tyler Bailey.
Oh,
is the
Tyler.
other,
Oh, this
yes,
is
Tyler Bailey
Tyler's.
is deputy director in that department.
Okay, of that
that's
one.
to pay a certain percentage of his. I think in finance, there's I don't know them off the top of my head, but I can certainly get it over to you.
So this didn't cover Ashley's?
No.
And there was another one, I think, just quit too, or turned in a 2-week notice. It's a gentleman, I believe. So these departments, we are shedding.
What's
Yes.
your request? Yeah.
It is with the Flint Housing Commission. I'll give you the other in person. So, when will you be able to get this to us? 'Cause that's.
I can send it as soon as I'm free from talking here.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? Okay, so I'm going to take a few minutes and try to back up. So, how much was the grant last year?
It wasn't last year. It was about, I think
So
it was
for- that
2 or
covered-
3. It was about 2 years ago. I think it was 2 years ago we received one. I was pretty much the same dollar
Same
amount.
amount,
Mhm.
same dollar amount. So
Mhm.
it's covering the same thing.
Yeah.
So we didn't get it last year
We got it.
for fiscal
We
year
got it
25.
two years ago. Yeah, we got it 2 years ago.
Was it a 2-year grant? Or
No,
was
it
one?
was a year and 18. It was 18 months, but it ended at December 31, 2024, and I didn't write that one, but in writing this one, I thought it made more sense for it to align with our own fiscal year rather than the calendar years. Hence, we had that period. And just to note, this was mentioned a lot at the budget hearings. We did
Right.
bring this up, that this is something that we applied for many's a time, and
Yeah.
we got the award letter the day where the budget was finally accepted. Last year's budget was accepted. I got the award letter. We got it on council that night. So it's been there for a couple of months now.
So for the last 6 months of last year, we did not have this grant to cover the expenses.
Correct.
So we had it from January, or covered through July of December 31st of 2024.
Yeah.
So we do have, so I'm assuming that there is some general fund money. We'd have to look at the budget, but there may be some adjustments in that general fund money to cover this grant if we only had 6 months, or the money was in other grants
Right,
and
but
being transferred.
hence doing it with the fiscal year, became very messy trying to operate this on calendar years when we operate on different fiscal years. So just trying to make it much easier for accounting purposes, for finance when it comes to reporting.
I bet you Phil really likes that.
Yeah. Well, his team does.
So my understanding is that all of Tyler's employees were all grant funded.
I don't know. I'm sorry, I don't
Yeah,
know.
that's okay.
I know
That's
a large
okay.
portion of them are, a lot of portion of the staff in that community and business services or business and community service department are grant funded, correct?
Okay, and I was gonna look at, we just got the, thank you, Phil, for responding to my message that we hadn't received a financial report, and I appreciate that. So I haven't had a chance to look at it yet, and that's an area that we might want to look at, is see what is left, what is in general fund money,
Right.
and then we can have that answer.
Right.
Okay, thank you. Is there any discussion in the second round? Go ahead.
So to be clear, I just want to get this right in my head. We didn't get this last year, correct?
We we got it for a period, we got it 2 years ago, but it covered us to the end of 2024. So it began, it was like 18-month period, so it's began in I'm trying to do the math in my head. It ended on December 31st, 2024. The last one ended in December 31st, 2024. So I could have applied for one that started January 1st.
So we got a 6 month, if my math is right, basically a 6 month where we didn't get any funds, right?
Off this specific grant,
off
correct.
this grant,
yeah,
from
correct.
January until July or whatever this one, like that is a void that we didn't get money for, correct?
Off this funding source, correct.
Okay, just want to make sure we're clear on that. How many of these positions are fully funded by grant dollars, or are we saying that our full-time are going to be supplemented, or do we have people that are grant funded 100% that are not part of our full-time employee
None
count?
of this will cover anyone 100%. That's a stipulation. MOD aren't going to cover a staffer at 100% on this grant. So it covers a certain percentage of FTE.
So I know that because we have employees that are full-time employees that are part of our count, and then we have another group of people that are grant funded that are not part of their full-time employee count, correct?
I'm trying to understand that. Can you rephrase it, please?
So on our budget or whatever, we have a list of every department and their full-time employees, correct?
Yes.
So we also have employees that are not employees. We have grant-funded positions that are not included in that group. Is that a correct statement?
I think all the employees are in that list.
Even if they're 100% grant-funded, that we no longer have grant dollars for, they're included in that dollar? Because I don't think they are.
Well, if they are funded for the budget, they're included in the count. So if they.
Excuse me. That's not our concern. Go ahead.
If the list of employees that you received, that included all the employees, including the positions that were grant funded.
But my point is we didn't have this grant. So if this grant wasn't included in the budget, then those employees shouldn't have been included in the budget then, right? I know I'm probably confusing you, but I'm just trying to make sure that this is for full-time employees and it comes off the general budget. This isn't going to come off of a grant-funded position that we don't know about. You follow what I'm saying, Seamus?
Yeah, it's not going to cover any other grant-funded grant money.
Okay.
It's not going to cover any other grant money. No, that's a fair. Yeah, I can say yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for allowing me to finish.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the second round? Any other discussion in the second round?
So when will we get the Madam Chair, through you to Simons, when will we get the information that we need as far as this resolution?
Yeah, I can, once Davina puts in a request, I can get that to you as soon as a response straight away.
Okay, well, I'm going to make a motion that we send this resolution 250223 to Special Affairs.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor by the councilwoman in the 5th Ward, supported by the councilman in the 8th Ward, to send this resolution 250223 to Special Affairs. This is the vote.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat? Yes. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Vote is 7 yes, 0
The
no.
vote is 7 yes, 0 no. That will go to Special Affairs. And our next resolution is 250240, change order extension, Michigan Fence Company, Flint Police Department security fencing. Amendment of Resolution Number 240447. Is there a motion?
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
make a motion to send it to council.
There's a motion on the floor by the councilwoman in the 6th Ward to send to council. Is there any support?
Madam Chair, I'll support.
It's supported by the councilwoman in the 5th Ward. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
that was Councilman Pfeiffer, fence, company, police.
Do you have a discussion on the fence?
Yep. Separation. Could you have, Detective Sergeant Booth, through you to,
Detective Booth.
I'm gonna, yield the floor because I know this was his, he separated it and he had questions.
I'm sorry, can you tell me what number we're on? I'm
We're
sorry.
on 250240.
Okay. I just want to know what the change order was for, because last time when we approved this, it was going to be card access, it was going to be closed all the time, and it's been like done for like a year and nothing, like, so what exactly is this change order for? And are we going to get into it being a secure lot at some point?
So yes, we completed the first project, which was installing a gate around the entire perimeter on the backside of the complex. There was some discrepancy where the thought was that the project was done, so we had to, and when we found out that it wasn't, we had to resubmit because the purchase order wasn't sent to the vendor to schedule the appointment for the actual card access and the motorized system to open and close the gates. So now this is what it's coming back to you for.
This is strictly to motorize the gate and add card access to that?
Yes, sir. So
And that was never part of the original RFP that was bid?
No, the first, we did it in two sections. We did the gate first, and then we came back to do the motorized portion of it.
Now, are we also adding card access to the manual walking thoroughfares? Like I know there's a separate gate down there for that, and then like on this wall right here, you can jump over the wall, so like.
Correct.
How are we gonna make this a secure lot and just not for looks?
Right, you had to point that out.
What'd you say?
So yes, you're correct. So my suggestion will be to place a gate across that section.
Across
where the steps are.
Okay.
Yes. The other option.
That is not included in this.
No. The other option is to remove the steps, but I want to approach that in a different way through building maintenance, or put up a gate.
So this is turning into a money pit.
It is costly to properly secure a space like this, because we're trying to come behind the curb and design a functioning system for an old complex. If the building was designed new, it'd be totally different, but it's kind of tough to properly provide security and adequate security for an old building with so many access points. So it is timely.
I get that. So why, if we know that we have to do this much more work, why not bring it back again in one package?
I think that the gate itself is an easy fix.
A different vendor?
Yes, a Michigan fence company.
So circling back to are we not going to have a card access at the sidewalk entrances?
There's only one entrance for the sidewalk, and there is a system, a push-button system on that gate that automatically locks it. So the only correction that needs to be made on that portion of it is to either take out the stairwell or put up a gate across that section. But there is a push-button system on that gate,
So,
the entry gate.
because there's a gate right next
Mhm.
to the ramp, right?
Correct.
And that's the one that you're talking about? It's already got the gate, and
Yep.
you're saying that it's got a push button, meaning it alerts somebody that you're there?
There's a locking system on it that you can only enter if you know the code.
So it's a manual code?
Push button
Okay,
code,
okay, okay.
yes.
Okay, I was thinking like it's a lock and you can't get in there, like, so if somebody parks over here and for some reason wants to get over there, they would have to drive through, but you're saying there's a push lock?
There's a push button lock system that they
Thank
can,
you.
yes.
Okay. That makes more sense.
Yes, sir.
And then we're gonna work on getting a quote so people can't jump over the wall, the ramp going down into the garage.
I'm sorry, Mr. Pfeiffer, your time ran out. I pushed the button before the bell rang, but your time is up. Sorry.
I don't trust you.
Come on now.
Thank you, Detective.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round? Is there any discussion in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
That fence, did you see the video where they showed how compromised they were walking around the back lot where the gate is, the stairs going down? And so this project is going to be a lot more extensive. I don't know, have you seen that one?
Yes, so
Yeah.
the only entry point would be where the gentleman just discussed is the stairwell that leads down, that brings you up on the other side of the locked gate. If that system was in place, entry could be made to the courtyard itself, but you can't access the back of the police building or the underground parking structure that comes up.
Yeah, the parking structure, I know underground was fine. They did not, well, unless the one comes, the garages go up. But they were literally like, they were there.
Yes, so that's not the focus point in terms of security.
So you're just trying to say that walking they can come, but driving a vehicle, they cannot.
Right, and once this correction is made, they won't be able to walk through the gate unless they have a push-button code as well.
I'm talking about the other gate that's down, because you got the little gully of the down there, and so this is where, and it's a gate right there where they just said, hey, you just walk around. Literally, they showed where it was compromised. So has any estimates been given, or has this been put out, or the thought to get it? Because if you're securing, and the issue was people walking through, opening up the car doors and vandalism, we still kind of have that problem for the walkers. I think we're stopping the driving, but we're not stopping the walkers.
No, the completion of the project, once the gate system is installed with the motorized mechanical system.
That's going across.
That will eliminate the ability to get into the lot from that portion, from the east side of the parking lot.
Right.
Now, the walking portion, that's where we're saying, my suggestion is to eliminate the stairwell that comes up, which would stop people from being able to walk right back into the other side, or to put up a small 6-foot section of gate to
like
alleviate.
The fencing?
Yes.
Not the nice, don't we have a ordinance, does that apply to us, that it has to be ornamental, it has to be ornate?
No.
Does that apply?
You mean like a pretty gate, a pretty fence or
Well,
something?
we have pretty fencing, shouldn't it match?
Well, yeah, it will match.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
mean, yeah, so
Okay.
that it would
So
match
that's what I'm
the
saying, is it
existing
going to
gate.
match? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so we can be looking for something else to come up for that second part, either the stairs or fencing or something, it's gonna have to be addressed.
Well, again, that's a small correction to be made, and that may be able to be handled through maintenance as well.
Okay.
That's a simple fix.
All right, thank you. Is there any other discussion in the second round? Any other discussion in the second round? Okay, this is the vote to send 250240 to council.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis is not in. Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
Thank you,
That will
council.
go to council on Monday. And I believe I will, let me share, be sure.
Motion to adjourn.
Yep, motion to adjourn has been made. Is there support? Supported by the councilwoman in the fifth ward. Blah. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis is not in. Ms. Priestley?
Yep.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Vote is 5 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no. This meeting is adjourned at 9:08.
Somebody dressed him. He got his jeans on. I go first. Big cuffs. The brim on. Little Lady Brick. Does she take care of him?
The next speaker is Tanya Jones.
Good afternoon. My name is Tanya Jones. As Liddell say, question, is it Flint Township? Oh, you got questions, you can ask me personally. But I screenshot it. So everything you had about me, I screenshotted, Liddell. Then you deleted it. But let me tell you about the opioid crisis, that you take the money and move it around. It don't take just one Narcan. Sometimes it take 1 box, 2 box, 3 box that I got from downstairs. And also the fentanyl patches, because it could be your family, it could be your child one day. I promise you that. It's not exempt. This what's going on with this opiate crisis, it's real, it's everywhere. And I'm not going nowhere. My son right now is missing. I did a missing person report. And I'm not going nowhere. I'm not going nowhere. The last stop, guess what, is the city council. Because y'all want to move money to the police and get a training. Y'all need some adept training. Y'all need some real training. It's not no watch TV, do no video. It's not that simple. My son is autistic. Autistic, he was born autistic. That's my gift from above. That's from God. He's gay, and he's my son. And I'm gonna come out here and speak on it. He's been on meth, he's been on opiates for 6 years. I'm thinking it's a sickle cell crisis, because he got full-blown sickle cell. So can't nobody up here tell me, when I see y'all moving money around to these people that need it, I'm his voice, but what about the people that don't have voices? That's what I'm concerned about. If God called my child home, guess what? I'm still gonna be here. If I'm a beast right now, what you think I'm gonna be if something happened to my child out here? So let me tell you what happened to me today. Flint police came out today to where he live at, looking for him. You know why? Because I'm out here. But they went to the wrong address. They didn't go to where he at. When I put the police report, they went looking for it. Oh, they so concerned about Mike. But guess what? God gonna find Mike. No matter what, at the end of the day, I know I'm a great mother. He's 31 years old, but he's mine. He's mine. And I'm never gonna give up on him. And Judy, you don't care. Candace, you don't care. He went to church Ebenezer with you. You know my son before he got addicted out here. You got to watch the company you keep. My son didn't grow up in Flint, Michigan. I took him away from here. But he came back. You got to watch the company that he keeps. He's a follower. People use him. A girl took $800 from him right now. It ain't about the money. It's about my son's life. It's about everybody else that's suffering. It's about their life. And guess what? I'm going to be the voice. I'm going to help whoever needs it. Guess what? I get calls. People ask how you do it. You know how I do it? It's God. It's God. I'm standing here right today. You know what? Because God is real. Y'all speak it, y'all talking, but I walk it. And my son is a living testimony no matter what journey this is. His journey is my journey. And y'all have a good night.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Lola Durrell.
Hello, everybody. I first want to say that I think, everyone up here should have had, I'm here for my brother, of course, and my nephew. I think every one of you should have had something to say about the situation that happened with him. And you sit there not saying anything, that just doesn't look good. And I appreciate the ones who spoke up on it. I really do. So, and then another thing, I had to put it in notes because there's so much to say, but I know it's only a little time. First off, they came in with the sirens. I'm not sure what that was for, and then repositioned to be super loud and assault everyone that was there. Got assaulted with their sirens and lights, everyone. And after that, since that didn't work and they got frustrated because my nephew put up his hands and did that, then they got out to arrest him, push my brother. They never could have did that just regularly off the street. It just wouldn't have never happened. But since they were law officers, we were raised right. I know some people weren't. It's okay. Some people weren't. That's just their parenting skills. That's on them, not ours. We were raised right. And for them to do that, it was just so disgusting to see that tape. I just really don't even believe it, even now. So to those officers just remember, you have family. You have family out here, you know, and I don't wish anything bad on anybody, but you have family out here. Just remember that. And while you hold your head down, that's a good thing, though. Maybe you have some type of remorse, hopefully. But that's it. You know, I just needed to say that, and just to let y'all know my frustrations. I don't know what you can do or if anything can be done, but they don't need to be on the force because they are not for the people of Flint. They're racist, spraying them like they were bugs. And I know that's what the conversation was in the car. You see me spraying them, you know, I can just imagine what the conversation was about. You know, totally racist. It's not even a question to me. So that's all I have to say. You all enjoy your night.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Lanice Lawson.
Hi, everyone. Hi, Council. Of course, I'm here in support of my family, and I was one of the ones who were assaulted that night for apparently no reason. There was no disturbance. There was no arguing, fighting, anything. I don't understand what warranted the aggression that we were met with. We were barbecuing. It wasn't any fighting or, like I said, anything like that. So I would like to have some answers as to the bully tactics that we were met with. There was so much aggression, so much testosterone and violence. And that's not a way to police citizens of Flint. I feel like it was a blatant disrespect and disregard for the citizens of Flint that night. Again, unwarranted. And also, I was just wondering if there is a curfew. I'd like to know that because that would help us, you know, in the future. There's no curfew downtown? Okay. I just wanted to be clear about that. So I'm not sure, again, why we were being told to leave there's no curfew. They were spraying indiscriminately into the crowd of people. It was probably, I don't know, maybe like 20 people there. They were spraying into the crowd. And so often, my daughter, my 10-year-old daughter, stand up, Lachlan, is with us as we serve the people. And so often, my 81-year-old mother is with us when we serve the people. She comes down to help. She was just there the day before downtown with us. And I from what I hear, some of the officers who were involved in this slammed a 72-year-old elderly person to the street the other day. I pulled him out of a car and slammed him to the street. If my mother was there, I don't know how that would have turned out. Spraying my mother with mace or my daughter with mace, it's not okay now, but it could have went left really fast. So that was another thing that I wanted to address. And then also, like my brother was saying, these tactics and the way that they police in the city of Flint would never be tolerated in, like he said, Fenton, Flushing, Grand Blanc, Frankenmuth. It wouldn't be tolerated. So I would like to understand why it's okay and acceptable here in the city that we were born and raised in. People come from the suburbs and come into the city of Flint and police like it's the 50s. Spraying it, it's reminiscent of water hoses being sprayed onto a crowd of people in the 50s. It's no different. And it's disgusting. I'm disgusted, I'm saddened, and it's really weighing heavy on us and traumatic.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Willie Brown III.
How y'all doing today? I'm standing before y'all, but I'm really directing this behind me, but I'm standing before y'all, and everything is sounding so much like a lecture. I just want to know if we can have some kind of dialogue right now. I took my daughter home. She was here. She wanted to speak too, but a couple weeks ago, we were coming out of Sweetwater, and officers pulled up as we came out, and she had sensitive ears, and they hit the sirens. And soon as they hit the siren, she grabbed both her ears and started screaming and crying. And I'm a law-abiding citizen, but it took a lot for me not to throw a brick through the window at this officer. It almost didn't matter what happened to me because she was standing there crying, holding her ears, and the crowd told me, take your daughter, Will, before they separate you from her daughter. But I really wanted to attack the police officer, and I would have been in jail, and I didn't do anything wrong. She's 8 years old. She wanted to talk herself, but I had to take her home, and I came back myself, but it was totally unnecessary. I just want to know, at what point is a siren an assault? At what point is that an assault? Because if you got somebody holding their ears, screaming and crying, it's definitely hurting her. So it's assault. That's a real assault. I felt like I almost need to take her to the hospital. You know, I mean, I don't know what's going to change. I don't know what's going to change, but I would like for them to let this dwindle down the rest of the officers so they can notice that's really assault. You can't just pull up on people like that and assault them like dogs. We were just coming out the restaurant and they were like maybe 5 feet from her, and you know, now you know. That's all I'm saying is now you know. This is what's going on. It just didn't seem right at all. I know it's not right, but that's all.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Ms. Pollard.
Good evening. I haven't been here in a minute. My spirit wanted me to come, but right now I'm motioning for your daughter. I'm gonna keep praying for her that it get better. What I gotta say to all y'all, it's only 4 of them that's been hating, but it's only 3 here. You guys are so ignorant to me. Because how we know that y'all 3 don't give a damn about nobody here in Genesee County or Flint, because you're always down looking down either on your phone, texting each other. You don't pay attention to nobody what they say. So that's how we feel about y'all. It's nothing personal against you, but y'all show like y'all don't give a damn about nobody here in Genesee County. That means all people here. And then I feel like it's racism because I've been watching the videos late at night. I don't come on nobody's stuff. But I seen that broke me down because my cousin was on the sidewalk when he was choking. He's still in the hospital right now. His sister called me and told me he still got an asthma problem with his breathing. But y'all don't give a damn. Y'all don't give a damn. And then y'all had the nerves to talk about this 17. Them police officers shouldn't have said nothing about them 17 killing whatever happened on that day. That's not nothing to talk about because it could be your family, and Candace, yours. Y'all should have some kind of sympathy and feel sorry for people going through this. Y'all say, you always quote, especially you, Judy and Liddell and Candace, y'all always say y'all for the people. How? When we talk up here, y'all laugh among each other, y'all make smirk mouth, y'all say stuff smart, y'all tell us to respect y'all when y'all talking up here. But when Dennis and this guy was talking, Judy, you and her, you and Liddell was making a whole conversation. So how you gonna tell us to stop talking when you running your mouth? So at the end of the day, we need to remove some more of y'all off them chairs. Because y'all don't give a damn about us. You don't care about the kids because y'all do y'all dirt on Facebook. Y'all put my name in Facebook. So that's why I'm here. Because see, like I told you, you know where my address at. You know it. You know where. Come down to Macomb County. Come do that down there, baby girl. And I'm going to show you what I'm going to do to your ass. See, I can't do nothing to you here.
Please stop her time.
Okay?
That's already not going.
Okay, well, I apologize on that part, but I'm going to tell her.
No, please stop her time. That's already not going.
Say what? But at the end of the day, it doesn't even matter.
Please stop her time. That's already not going.
Then stop it. You're not going to hurt me.
You no longer have the floor. You no longer have the floor. You no longer have the floor.
Point of order.
What is your point?
Due to the fact that she threatened me,
You threatened me? You threatened
again,
me.
inviting me. This is the order that we're talking about. Inviting me to come down there and fight, talking about what she'd do to me.
That's not no threat.
I'm just sitting here.
That wasn't
This
no
is a threat. Or a promise,
Pull her
whatever that
Facebook
was.
page up. That's not no threat.
Miss Pollard,
Okay.
she is taking that as a threat.
Okay,
I
but
was
it ain't
not.
no threat.
I cannot finish.
Finish.
I was not going to take the floor from you from cussing, but she said that she took that as a threat. I'm going to have to ask you to have a seat.
Okay, that's fine, but it wasn't no threat. But she threatened me on Facebook, but you ain't saying nothing, Candy.
I don't get into all that Facebook stuff. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
That was the last public speaker.
Thank you. Seeing as how that was the last public speaker, it is now time for council response. Council members may respond to once to all public speakers. Only after public speakers have spoken, an individual council member's response should be limited to 2 minutes. Is there anyone who would like the floor during council response?
Madam Chair.
Councilman in the 8th Ward, you have the floor.
First and foremost, I didn't get your name. The gentlewoman who videotaped I want to thank you because it's unfortunate. I got to imagine if that tape didn't exist. I'm sure you would have been charged with a felony for sure. And the corrupt cops back there, and the gentleman, I don't know his name, but you asked if he was remorseful, and he clearly said nope. He didn't think I seen that. I seen that. So he is a corrupt piece of crap cop. He does not belong on our force, and he needs to be removed. So I'm going to put that on the record, and I'm going to, until I lose this seat, every single day, I'm going to make sure you lose your job at this force. You don't belong here. And it's a shame. It's a shame that we have a policy, at least I thought they had a policy, that they had to wear a body cam. So I would like to know why they didn't have a body cam. And to your point, sir, how many times do they do this in the course of a week? And innocent people are targeted. And I don't care if 17 people were shot. That has nothing to do, not everybody is guilty. And you can't treat everybody as guilty. Everybody has rights. And just because there's a shooting doesn't mean I lose my gun rights. You don't lose your First Amendment rights. Has nothing to do with that. You can't be indiscriminately spraying people because somebody was shot 3 days ago. That's not the way it works. That's not the way this country works. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Winfrey Carter, you have the floor.
You said me? Mm-hmm. Thank you. Again, thank you all for being here. Thank you for being engaged in the process. And I'm sorry, earlier tonight, I wanted to say, but I got so emotional because this is serious. It's serious. And I did write about this on Facebook twice this past weekend because I was so upset. But I want to say to the family, I am so sorry that that happened. It shouldn't have happened. Your rights, everyone down there that night, their rights were violated. And yes, it was racism. Not only was it was an abuse of power, but it was racism. Spraying individuals with mace, with pepper spray, whatever it was, spraying them. It'll take you back to back in the day where they used to take the water hose and spray black people. Like we're animals. We're not animals. I'm appalled. Right. But this isn't the first incident that I've seen, whereas the police officers have sprayed individuals. Just walk up to them because they're standing on the sidewalk and start spraying them. But not once have the mayor spoke out about this. Not once have the police chief spoke out.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during council response?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'm sorry that you came here to speak your truth and you were greeted with yet disrespect again. I'm sorry that that happened to you. Deborah, I talked to you a few days afterwards and you were still coughing, hacking, and trying to get it out of your system. And it's something that's serious. At some point, this is going to be a teachable moment, but it's going to be some things that are going to happen. Your First Amendment was violated. You have a right to peacefully assemble. There is no curfew for adults. You have the right to enjoyment. There wasn't a riot. There wasn't a threat. None of that occurred. And as adults, grown adults, you have the right to peacefully assemble. So I don't know why you were specifically targeted, but I know there will be investigations going, and then there's other resources to where you're going outside of it with your attorney in addition. Because this is where it shouldn't happen. Whether it's water hose or whether it's mace, it's telling you we are in control. It's telling you you're not wanted. And that's not proper training. That shouldn't have happened. Speaking to the PFI, the pending further investigations, where they can hold you up to 48 hours without having any charges. They can, then they can hold you up to 72 if they're going to question you. It's being done over and over and over and over again. And I could tell it to you, I probably told it to you, and I was half sleepy when what would happen. It's got to stop. You have to speak out because you're not the only ones. You have the voice that you came forward to speak out about it. You shouldn't have been in jail for barbecuing with some tongs. If you're gonna barbecue, I hope you got some utensils and some barbecue sandals. I'm sorry that happened to you. I'm sorry. All right now. So I will be, and I'm following up every day with Chief Green, every day.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during council response?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
So the reason why I didn't comment earlier is because I haven't seen the video. I haven't read any of the articles. I was out of town all weekend. All I've heard about it is what I've heard tonight. So I am not making a decision. I don't know who's right. I don't know who's wrong. I frankly am going to let the investigation play out. And I'm not taking sides one way or the other. If you don't like it, that's fine.
Stop talking to
That's
the audience, Judy.
fine.
No back and forth with the audience.
But this is how I am.
Please pause the time. Because you are new, you don't understand how this works. I'm chairing the meeting. My job is to keep the meeting in order. So when I speak, I'm in order. When you speak, you are currently out of order. Please continue.
I yield.
All right. Anybody else who wishes to speak during public speaking?
Madam Chair.
Did you ask for the floor?
Please.
Go ahead.
Thank you. And so, Ms. Durrell, I heard what you said, and I know with all due respect, it's not about who's speaking, but who's acting. And so, a lot of people may say a lot of things here, but it's all about getting down to the results. And one thing that folks know about me is that when I lock in, I lock in. When I say I support you, I support you. Leon III, you have plenty of press conferences here. You know what I'm saying? You are the native son. I support you. The food truck, clearly I support you. The family, I support. We need to make sure, Madam Chair, can we bring them to order? I mean, I heard Mr. Woodson talking and the people behind him.
Mr. Woodson, stop hollering out. Stop hollering out, Mr. Woodson. I didn't even give you a warning, but you got one now. That's your first one. Go ahead.
This is sad. I mean, as people giggle, and under these conditions we do our job, but that's fine. This political theater is not what gets you results. So we want to make sure that you all get the results. So as you hear people say what they're going to do and stuff make you feel good, we need to make sure that it's some bite behind that. We need to make sure that people are working behind the scene with investigations. I heard that that the lady say that she doesn't have, we don't have internal affairs. We do have internal affairs within the police department. We have Deborah, so we have, again, see, just be in order. We're handling serious business. This is horrible. But anyway, let's make sure that individuals are acting and not just speaking. Because I heard the councilwoman say that this happens all the time. Well, why is it happening all the time if she know about it? When people that, when we had an issue.
Information. Which council person are you talking about?
The one that said it. And so, as we continue to move, when we had.
Information.
You're taking the floor and I've not acknowledged your request
Madam
yet.
Chair,
Yes.
request for information.
Yes.
Is it the one in the 6th ward or 5th ward?
The one that said it.
All right, continue.
Thank you. And so when we saw that we had a fire safety issue, we tackled it.
All right, thank you. Is there
thing.
anyone else who would like to speak during council response?
Madam Chair.
Councilman in the 9th ward.
Thank you. I don't often do speaking during this public response. What I will say is all of the instances, or any instance that is experienced, as I understand to have been experienced over the weekend, is not just unfortunate, it's unacceptable. The other thing I will say is, young man, certainly, if you want to have conversation with me, we'll coordinate that. I'm wanting to hear more about you and your story outside of this incident, because there is a person there that that I would rather know about outside of what happened. I'm hearing that and seeing, by way of your family support, that you were not just raised right, but you're supported right. And I want to see what can be gleaned from that and maybe even replicated in some way or another, or supported in a way in which I can. So I'll make sure you get information for me to contact me.
Thank you. I think that was everyone during public speaking, so I will go ahead and take my time. I need to clear up two things that y'all can run the tape back on both. First of all, Mr. Woodson, I didn't call anything unprecedented. Didn't say anything like that. But I understand that you are so upset when you hear the name Sheldon Neely that you tend to misconstrue things and can't hear straight. At no point in time did I say anything was unprecedented. Wasn't me, didn't happen. My second thing, to the lady who's calling me names because she said I didn't speak on it, run the tape back. When I talked about police training, I spoke directly to the family even clapped. So to say I didn't speak on it, or I just watched over it or ignored it, that did not happen. I spoke on the fact that if there was training, more training, if there was hands-on in-person training, that stuff like this, what happened to this family, would not have happened, and it should not have happened. I spoke directly to them. I took my time during police training for that purpose, because the police do need training when you have situations like that that arise. So the name calling and all of that, it was unnecessary. It was rude, it was disrespectful, and you were wrong. That's not my fault. She came up here accusing me of saying I didn't do something that I did, so that's not my fault. So, as we move on to our agenda item.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
I will be leaving this meeting. I have to take my mom for surgery in the morning.
we need to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, we don't have 5 anymore. All right, we don't have quorum.
Madam Chair.
Yeah?
I will stay. I don't know why she's leaving, but I'll go ahead and tough it out. I'll go ahead and stay.
on.
I'll go ahead and stay. Man, stop yelling.
All right, so I will entertain a motion for this meeting.
To adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
There's a motion to adjourn. Is there support? It's been moved and properly supported. Roll call, Madam Clerk. Excuse me, if y'all could just stay for a second. Yep. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter's not in. Ms. Burns? Ms. Mashat? Yes. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett is not in. Mr. Alamin is not in. Vote is 5 yes, 0 no.
Vote is 5 yes, 0 no. The time is 10:12 p.m. I officially call this legislative committee meeting to
There's people up there pump faking in their face.
Colleen's gonna be mad. Colleen is going to be mad.
Leadership insights that endure. Whether you're recharging or catching up, enjoy the latest lessons for CEOs on leadership, AI, and keeping organizations nimble. Written by BCG's CEO Christoph Schweitzer and me, Global Chair Rich Lesser. Ebook and audiobook available on bcg.com and Amazon.